Welcome back, everyone, for part 6 coverage here at MSC. Yes, that is part 6 coverage. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma, alive here. I'm going to reload my camera because my voice is a little delayed. There we go. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. It was primarily for the storm that we were watching right before we ended part 5. That was heading in towards St. Joseph and Bridgman area. As it's starting to get its legs and move a little bit to the east, new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Berrien County until 3:15 p.m. At 2:24 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles northwest of Stevensville, or 8 miles west of St. Joseph, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Locally higher wind gusts to 70 are possible as this moves on shore. That is the special text that is issued here. Locations in this severe thunderstorm warning include Niles, Benton Harbor, St. Joseph, Buchanan, Fairplain, Benton Heights, Bridgman, Berrien Springs, Stevensville, Shorewood Tower, Hills Harbert, Sodus, Baroda, Shoreham, Eau Claire, Glendora, New Troy, Sawyer, Millburg, and Spinks Corner. This also includes Interstate 94 in Michigan between mile markers 12 and 33. Also, remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you do spot a tornado, go at once into the basement of a small central room in a sturdy structure. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with this storm. Once again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a tornado possible for central Berrien County. Also, a developing situation. I think I just put a radar post out right before we went live here so 100-mile-per-hour winds are possible right now in the Valpo area. That was previously there. Let me see if I can get this.
It's 80-mile-per-hour destructive now, according
80,
to the latest warning.
Yeah, 80 destructive. Yeah, it was 100. Now it's down to 80. But again, that is some very intense wind right now in the Winfield, Valpo, Hebron areas of northwest Indiana. Those are going to continue off to the east. There's also a tornado warning in effect along this line as well. No matter what, they are saying it's tornadic-like winds up to 80 miles per hour. Previously said 100. Again, northwest Indiana, those are going to continue straight to the east. So even if you're in Michigan right now and heading south, you don't want to be doing that, as you'd head right into that pocket of destructive winds. So that pocket has had quite a punch on the Chicago area. So do not head south if you can. That line will continue to move pretty much right on down that US 30 corridor along and south of US 20. Our concern here in Michigan right now is this cell moving on shore with winds up to 60 with isolated pockets of 70 possible as this moves on shore. Bridgman, Stevensville, and Sawyer at the current time. We still have Ben and Freddie in here. Taking a look at Ben's cam. He is in Bangor at the current time. And Freddie is in St. Joseph. Both of them will have views on the storm as it moves into view. But at the current time, it is still on the lake, moving very quickly towards Stevensville and Bridgman at the current time. Gusty winds are going to be in this pocket where the brighter greens are showing up. So again, it is going to be heading straight into Shoreham, Stevensville, and Bridgman areas. That pocket specifically heading into Stevensville is going to be the one to watch. There are perhaps some 70 mile-per-hour pixels mixing in here as it heads towards 94. And that is where 94 is crossed by the Cook Power Plant Road vicinity. So right in between Stevensville and Bridgman to kind of really get down there to the road level. So that is the story at the current time. If you're up here in Grand Rapids, guess what? You got much needed rain at the current time as this turns into a stratiform rain event for West Michigan. Right now, leading the charge in outages so far today is now Iosco County at 1370. They had a severe thunderstorm earlier in the Iosco, Elkona County area. The difference is night and day between Elkona and Iosco counties. Elkona has 8 outages and Iosco has 1370. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning also coming in for this gap between Michigan, or the gap of Michigan City. New orange box on the screen there. National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for western St. Joseph County in north central Indiana, LaPorte County in northwestern Indiana, and southwestern Berrien County in southwestern Michigan until 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central. At 2:33 p.m. Eastern, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 6 miles northwest of New Buffalo to Westville, moving east at 30. Hazard, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, with locally higher wind gusts of 70 miles per hour possible as this moves on shore. Source is radar indicated. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Wind damage to roof-setting trees also expected. There are a bunch of locations in this severe thunderstorm warning. Many of them could be in Indiana, but we'll go ahead and read them off. We have Michigan City, LaPorte, Westville, Trail Creek, Walkerton, North Liberty, New Buffalo, New Carlisle, Three Oaks, Kingsford Heights, Long Beach, Potawatomi Park, Shorewood Tower Hill, Shorewood Tower Hills Harbor, Dayton, Galen, Michiana Shores, Grand Beach, Kingsbury, and Michiana. Also, this includes the following interstates of I-80 between mile markers 38 and 66 in Indiana. Also in Michigan, I-94 between mile markers 0 and 11. Also remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. Once again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and tornado possible in this new severe thunderstorm warning for southern Berrien County, which accompanies the one in central Berrien County, which also has 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a tornado possible. Most of these storms right now are in southwest Michigan. We have a lot of rain moving in through West Michigan right now, which is much needed. And the wind component still offshore from West Michigan at the current time, besides the cell down in Berrien County. Now, it is 2:36 in the afternoon. If you guys were here for our part 5 coverage, I mentioned it at the end of the stream, but the peak heating hours are really between 3 and 5 o'clock. So 4 o'clock is around your peak heating time frame. So between really now and 5 o'clock is where you're going to have your most instability being funneled and forming in the atmosphere. And so if we have more sunlight right now north of this first batch, then we could see redevelop. Not likely, but we could see redevelopment up here north. So right along northern Lake Michigan and points south later tonight. If the instability is great enough, if there's enough lift and there's enough of a supportive jet or trough in the area to get storms up and going. Not a guarantee though. However, again, we're seeing these storms move through, and they're moving through kind of quickly on the northern edge. So we'll have to watch out later tonight, especially up here in northern Michigan. But at the current time, the concern is southwest Michigan, where severe thunderstorms are moving on shore. We're taking a look at the wind radar right now. And the wind is going to be strongest heading into Stevensville and Bridgman. We'll also switch over to the Indiana radar. That's the Grand Rapids radar I was showing you guys. The northern Indiana radar is going to show this wind probably a little bit better as the frames take forever to download. Yeah, there you go. There's your pulse of wind as it is now onshore Lineco Road at Jericho Road and Holden Road near Mars Road. So that's heading towards Baroda directly at the current time. Taking a look at the outages so far, there are none in Berrien County. We'll hope to keep it that way. But that is a sign of some very gusty winds there when you see the velocity radar switch from your darker greens to your brighter greens and even blues. These pixels here that I'm showing you guys are right around 63 miles per hour. And so that does line up pretty well with the text of 60-mile-per-hour winds with locally higher pockets of 70 possible as these lines of storms move onshore. If you're heading over into the Berrien Springs area, be on alert. That's a very strong thunderstorm heading your way. Eventually heading towards Buchanan and Niles. We have a couple of weather cameras in the area. I'll wait until Ryan gets back if he wants to show those off, but he is dealing with some phone calls at the current time. Actually, get them up on my side too. I do have my, I kind of have mine open. It's a little foggy out there. Rain is making it a little bit hard to see. Switch the storm motion vector on this as well because this is probably also changed. We have 31 knots moving at 289. Okay. So there's these pockets. There's pocket 1 and pocket 2. Pocket 1 is in the Stevensville and Baroda areas at the current time. Pocket 2 is down here heading into Harbor and Sawyer. Yeah, these brighter greens on radar are what need to be watched. Again, tornado possible. Any of these little indices here that you can see pulsing out could get a little bit of notching on them. And if they get a little bit of notching on them, I would not be surprised if we saw a quick spin up tornado. However, the main concern right now is those gusty winds of 60 miles per hour, locally higher pockets of 70. There's also now severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Again, LaPorte County and Stark County in Indiana. Stark County now has a destructive severe thunderstorm warning on it as well for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So again, if you're traveling south out of Michigan, that is not the place you want to be right now for traveling, especially here along the US 30 corridor, heading in towards Knox. So for the most part, we're just watching
what
these
cameras do
storms
you want?
moving in through Sawyer, Bridgman, and Stevensville. Go ahead, Ryan.
What cameras do you want me to pull up? Just let me know. I'll do it for you.
Berrien Springs, I guess, right now. It's probably going to be our best shot.
It's already pulled up. Yeah, you're good to go.
Good lightning there. See a little bit of a, appears to be a little bit of a raggedy shelf cloud. I'm kind of doing a little bit of a side view here with my own head, trying to see if there's a glare. Really tough to tell with the lower visibilities due to the rain that's already falling, but it does look like there's some sort of lowering there out in the distance that would need to be monitored. Again, that's usually a sign of gusty winds moving in, so it does line up pretty well with the severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect. Once again, it's Berrien County, central Berrien County for another 32 minutes. The southern Berrien County is in effect for 17 minutes, a little bit less on that one. Both of these severe thunderstorm warnings in Berrien County have 60-mile-per-hour wind, 1-inch hail, and a tornado possible tag on them at the current time. Main movement off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. If you're to the south, I feel like it's a little bit quicker, even though this warning says 26 knots, which is 30 miles per hour. But either way, very impressive storm just to the south. Thankful that for the most part so far we've been avoiding the severe weather today, but we are not out of the woods quite yet. As mentioned, much needed rain in West Michigan right now. Also, a couple cells popping up in Northeast Lower Michigan. No severe at the current time up here, forming in an outflow boundary. Remember, if you hear thunder, you are also close enough to be struck by lightning. Do not take your chances. There's one strike and you're out today with some of the lightning strikes that are out there at the current time. There are still gusty winds on Lake Michigan, but this jet streak has continued to pull everything down Lake Michigan and not into West Michigan so far. And even if it has made it into West Michigan, it doesn't survive long with the stable air we had earlier this morning. Each of the boxes you see on the screen right now are different colored severe thunderstorm warnings for different levels that are out there. So there's every single type of severe thunderstorm warning in effect in this Northwest Indiana vicinity. At the current time, we have base severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for portions of LaPorte County in Indiana, and of course, Berrien County here in Michigan. Those are your orange boxes with the black outline. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds with the orange box and the red outline. And the destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, the orange box with the pink outline. Also, the red box is a tornado warning in effect in the middle of that line for quick spin-up tornadoes alongside the already 80-mile-per-hour winds that are occurring out there. So not a great place to be, as mentioned, in Northwest Indiana at the current time. Also, if you're in Berrien County, you need to be heeding the warnings of 60-mile-per-hour wind up to maybe 70 locally as these winds continue through Berrien County at the current time. Updating velocity here. And the wind right now is on Weechick Road at Pardee Road. Up to the north, it does extend down Snow Road, east-west road of Lemon Creek at South Scottsdale. Or is that Scottdale singular? It's Scottdale singular. Up towards the Linco Road area. There's a new scan. Linco Road at Gar Road. About to cross over US 31 here in the Berrien Springs region. So we're now down to 13 minutes left in Berrien County and 28 minutes left. Oh, sorry. 13 minutes left in southern Berrien County and 28 minutes left in central Berrien County on both of these severe thunderstorm warnings. 60-mile-per-hour winds and a 1-inch hail with a tornado possible. We'll take a look at correlation coefficient for hail, and that is not really much of a concern at the current time. VIL kind of X-rayed a little bit better here. Not too impressed by the hail signatures. It's the wind that needs to be watched out here in our brighter greens on velocity. Storms themselves are neutrally buoyant. This is the ZDR radar, which shows you the positive and negative buoyancy and sometimes neutral buoyancy. And these storms are neutrally buoyant at the current time, which means they're kind of just rolling along. They're not really going up. They're not really going down. They're just existing. And so these storms are going to continue to do that until they kind of rain themselves out as they move towards Cass County. We'll see, though, how long they can stay together. Most of these warnings, though, right now are in Northwest Indiana, where there's, 8 different warnings in effect on top of the 2 warnings in effect for the Chicago area. That does not include this flash flood warnings, also in effect for the Chicago area. So far today, it has been a dangerous day across Wisconsin, and that is due to the fact that jet streak has stayed just off to our west, and so the storms follow that jet streak along and down through the area. And so today in Wisconsin, they've had 80-mile-per-hour winds, 90-mile-per-hour winds, tornadoes on the ground. If you know anyone in the Appleton, Wisconsin area, they got hit by a large tornado earlier, headed towards Oshkosh. Also, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings from Milwaukee down south in the Chicago region. We've had tornadoes confirmed, I think, in the Chicago region as well. Flash flooding, and that has been off to our west by about 50 miles today. If that jet streak was 50 miles a little bit further east, this first line that we see coming through right now would have had more of an impact on West Michigan. So right now, we're just watching these storms in southwest Michigan that have kind of moved straight east from the Chicago area and are packing quite a punch in the Berrien Springs region. But that is about it at the current time for severity in the state of Michigan. We also had a couple of warnings earlier today up in northeast lower, a bunch of outages in the Iosco County region at the current time. That is the county that leads the way with the most outages, followed by Gogebic County, which is in the western Upper Peninsula from storms that moved through earlier this morning. And yes, this is our part 6 coverage here at MSC. Feel free to drop a share and a like in the comments, or on your feed below, I should say, as we'll be live here until these warnings are done. Cover these warnings until they are done here all the time at MSC. So if you're in Berrien County right now, you need to be on alert. If you're in this orange box, if you know you live inside this orange box, respect that polygon. Take shelter until those winds are done and the orange box is no longer over your area. If you're seeing all this red and yellow on radar to the north, that is just heavy rain at the current time in the Grand Rapids area with some thunder and lightning mixing in. Generally speaking, no concerns at the current time in the Grand Rapids area. If you have outdoor activities, I would be advised that there is lightning occurring and you do not want to be struck. So please take that somewhat seriously if you hear thunder. These winds continue to crank over on Lake Michigan and off to the west in Wisconsin. So Berrien Springs is what's keeping the stream going right now. Got 2 warnings in effect for Berrien County. These are heading towards Cass County. If you're in Cassopolis, do be on alert for perhaps 60-mile-per-hour winds moving your way. Taking a look back at the velocity radar off of Indiana. Wait for a new scan to come in here in just a second. Waiting, waiting, waiting. And latest scan continues the gusty winds into Berrien Springs. Ryan's cam should be up. It is not. Okay, we'll take my cam then.
Give me a second. I got it. I'm right here.
You're good. I didn't know if you were helping out.
I'm doing a lot of work. I'm doing a lot of work behind the scenes here, so I keep shutting my camera off. You don't have it live. If you need it, just let me know.
Okay, you're good. There is a little bit of a raggedy base on this storm as it comes into view on Berrien Springs. There we go. It's looking off to the west at the current time. Actually, this is Berrien Center. Where's Berrien Center on the map? That's in the Eau Claire area, isn't it? Just watching each of these lowerings here, because I do have tornado possible on this, and It's not the most impressive cloud bases I've seen, but I don't want to discount a small tornado risk. This looks mainly outflowish at the current time, according to radar and what I'm seeing here on weather camera. But it's what's tucked behind this leading edge that needs to be watched. So this is currently in Berrien County, if you guys are just tuning in. I'm also looking at a bunch of different vortices on this radar right now in Berrien County. Go ahead and switch back to the radar right now. There's a lot of reds and greens mixing in here. Our initial push of wind is Berrien Springs, down to Buchanan, down to Galen. And we have a secondary pocket of wind that just moved in through Michigan City that is primarily staying to the south of the state line. Waiting for a new scan here on velocity. Our gusty winds still in the Berrien Springs area at the current time. Okay, yeah, that is looking right at this wind then. Our weather camera is somewhere out here, just to the southeast of Eau Claire, looking west. And I'm looking on camera right now, and there's still a decent lowering in there. Go ahead, Ryan.
That's why I mentioned we also have the Niles cam out ahead of this as well.
Yes. Also, this Berrien Spring or Berrien Center cam is courtesy of Sent to Serve. New warning coming in. Niles camera is still a little bit rainy at the current time. And keep an eye on Berrien Center. Here's your new warning. It kind of looks like Berrien County, the shape of this warning.
It does. It really does.
National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for St. Joseph County in north central Indiana, as well as northern Marshall County, northeastern LaPorte County in northern Indiana, as well as western Cass, southeastern Berrien County, and southwest Michigan until 3:45 Eastern. At 2:55 Eastern, a severe thunderstorm was located from 8 miles northwest of Dowagiac to near New Carlisle to Kingsford Heights, moving southeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazards here are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail. It is radar indicated. Impact is damage to roof, siding, and trees. Got South Bend, Mishawaka, LaPorte, Niles, Dowagiac, Bremen, Buchanan, Gulliver Park, Granger, Osceola, Walkerton, North Liberty, New Carlisle, Kingsford Heights, Edwardsburg, Lakeville, Roseland, Bertrand, Pokagon, and Dayton. This also includes I-80 in Indiana between mile markers 65 and 86. Also, remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Once again, this is 60-mile-per-hour wind, 0.88-inch hail, and a tornado possible with this storm. I'm watching the corn on the Berrien Center cam just kind of ripple as the wind moves across the view here. Saw it for a moment down there at the bottom of the screen, but now it has gone away. I think that initial push was what it was. And here comes the rain. Gonna have to go and find our west cam here. But again, that's courtesy of Sent to Serve. We also have the Jessica Massey State Farm weather camera in Niles, Michigan, looking to the north. Thank you to Jessica Massey for supporting here at MSC with the weather camera. We also have those gusty winds on radar now moving into Buchanan and eventually Niles within the next 5 minutes. There are currently no severe thunderstorm warnings other than in Cass and Berrien County in Michigan. There is nothing in Berry County. As a reminder, severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect till 8 p.m. Watch means conditions are favorable for severe weather. Doesn't mean that's going to happen. Severe thunderstorm warning means it is happening. You should be taking shelter. Reload our outages here. We do have a swath of outages coming in from Berrien County, confirmed 186 customers without power at the current time. Also still watching storms on Lake Michigan as they continue to move southeast. This would be a concern for Allegan and Van Buren County if they continue to slide off to the southeast. We'll see, though. Most of this jet streak today has kept these storms on Lake Michigan or points west, which is why Wisconsin has been blasted with severe weather so far today. Again, our prayers are out to all of those impacted by the significant tornado that did impact Appleton, Wisconsin earlier today. Again, it was a very strong tornado. It tore right through southwest side of the city, headed into Menasha and Neenah, Wisconsin, before heading over towards the Winnebago and Oshkosh region, which I'm not sure how long it was on the ground. I'm sure surveys will kind of confirm, but that was a significant tornado that we were actually watching in real time on our stream for a little bit while there was not much happening on the Michigan side of things. So hopefully everyone's okay over there. The warning has run out of time for New Buffalo, Three Oaks, and Galen. You guys are in the clear. We have just about 14 minutes left in central Berrien County, and then our new warning for portions of Cass. It's got 43 minutes left on that one. The only warnings in the state right now are Berrien and Cass County. Across the rest of West Michigan, all of the rain you see there in the green, the yellow, and even the red, that is just what we call stratiform rain. So it's just a blanket of rain over the area that is kind of suppressing severe chances at the current time, which is great news. Great news for two reasons. Number one, the severe weather risk down. Number two, we needed this rain so badly. A lot of you guys were just hoping and praying for it. Ask and you shall receive. You have gotten your rain today. It is raining across West Michigan at the current time. It's a nice steady rain too, and we will not complain about that. I'd rather have the rain than the wind knocking out my power for multiple days on end. So that is what the story is in West Michigan right now. No severe warnings right now around the Grand Rapids area, just a lot of heavy rain and moderate rain. Up to the north, we have perhaps a little bit of sun trying to peek out, which could cause more storm development later on tonight. It is undetermined whether or not that's going to happen yet. It's been a weird day. Again, we don't see many jet streaks running north to south across the area. A lot of different things can happen. A lot of training thunderstorms. A lot of stability can filter in the air, and that's kind of what we saw today with those morning showers. Kept the atmosphere pretty suppressed over here on the west side of the state, and it has kept our severe weather chances down here to a minimum. At the current time in West Michigan, we had a warning actually in Mason, Oceana, Muskegon County earlier. Right now, that has translated down to the south. We have Berrien and Cass counties in the severe thunderstorm warnings. 460-mile-per-hour winds, nickel to quarter-sized hail, and a tornado possible. If you guys missed it, our model runs have undergone probably 7 or 8 different changes in terms of how the storms are supposed to play out for today in just the last 24 hours. So we made a timing map last night with the best data that we had available, like truly the best data. And we wake up this morning and guess what? Those storms are 2 to 3 hours behind schedule. And then they head pretty much straight south instead of southeast. And the storms that do make it southeast are in a stable layer that actually came through this morning that was not modeled on radar. And so, again, a lot of different things that played out today that were different and changed up so many different times here with this jet streak that is in the area. And so, again, we did the best we could with the information that we were given, but sometimes Mother Nature does have other plans. So, again, we are trying to predict the future. We do the best we can with the knowledge that we are given. But sometimes, again, the weather is a little bit too unpredictable, even with the best models at our disposal. Has this event lived up to its potential today? Absolutely. It just was primarily in Wisconsin so far. They had at least 30 warnings out there today, with additional 5 to 10 tornado warnings, of course, with the significant tornado in Appleton. That easily, if the jet streak was further east, could have been in Michigan for this line, but we're thankful it's not. Again, our thoughts and prayers are out to those in Wisconsin that were impacted by this line of storms today. And we definitely saw the potential of what it could be with this first line over in West Michigan. We just didn't get it to the extent that was expected. But we do have severe weather still occurring right now in southwest Michigan. So if you're in Berrien and Cass County, these 60-mile-per-hour winds are still moving off to the east, about 35-ish miles per hour. Actually, this one now is moving off to the southeast at 50 miles per hour. It's starting to speed up now as the rear inflow jets start to take it a little bit further south and a little bit quicker. Gusty winds right now in Niles. I'm taking a look at the Niles cam, and the trees are swaying a little bit. Rain is also starting to cover the camera. In terms of cloudage, not a whole lot of suspicious clouds out there, but it is dark. Again, this is courtesy of Jessica Massey State Farm in southwest Michigan.
Joel, if you could up your volume just a bit, people are complaining that you are a little bit quiet.
Check, check. It's pretty high as it is.
I am only communicating what I have been told.
Okay. Gotta find the properties here. I don't know why it's so quiet. It's pretty close to my mouth. Check, check. I do have a special marine warning out there at the current time for portions of the Lake Michigan shoreline. 34 knots of wind and small hail. That's a pretty basic special marine warning at the current time. Issued by our colleague Thomas over there at National Weather Service in Grand Rapids. This thunderstorm rolls from the Milwaukee waters over to the Grand Rapids waters. It's a very strong thunderstorm for sure, but it is continuing to head straight down Lake Michigan at the current time. Minimal threat to West Michigan at the current time as it stands, but it is drifting a little bit southeast, could hit Van Buren County with due time. Outage-wise, we are still seeing outages coming in from Berrien County. Nothing in Cass County yet, though. And we do have more outages coming in from Mason County. Weird. It's an uptick in Mason County. They're not really near anything at the current time. It's up there in the Ludington area. Yeah, there's a ton of stratiform rain out there. The moisture is winning right now. And that is a good sign for those who wanted the rain, who needed the rain, been praying for the rain. Prayers have been answered. It is moving over to the east side of the state. It's up to us here on the west side of the state to kind of turn on our fans and I guess blow it your way. East side of the state, people are suffering from the lack of rain. So we'll try and get it over your way. It is heading that way right now. It is in the Lansing area along that 127 corridor and starting to drift over towards the US 23 corridor. Try to change it back to my normal radar. And on radar here is your reflectivity. So the intensity of the rain that's falling. Once again, the green is your lighter rain. Yellows is moderate. Reds and pinks is your heavy. You can see it's just continuing to slide off to the southeast towards southeast Michigan. Yes, we do have an Indiana account, Indiana Weather Network. I believe we're live right now, right, Ryan?
That's correct.
Okay, there you go. So if you need information on Indiana storms, especially severe weather that's ongoing down there, head on over to Indiana Weather Network. Got one of our staff members, Caleb, out there right now, streaming live for all of you guys in Indiana and the Hoosier State. Feel free to give our sister page, Indiana Weather Network, a follow if you haven't already. There's a comment for you here, Ryan.
Oh, really? I feel special.
I don't know if you can read that.
Amy, how am I related to you then? If that's the case, I'm curious now. That's got me going now.
That's friend's nephew.
Friend's
So
nephew.
not directly related. So you're this friend's nephew.
If you want to say the first name of your friend's nephew,
Well,
feel free.
of your friend.
I'm having a hard time following. So I'm curious though if we're related or if we know each other. Be kind of crazy.
But to answer your question, yes, Ryan has been busy today.
I have been busy. Yeah, Slam. We've all been busy.
Ryan covered the night shift too.
We were in the. Yeah, I was up. I got some sleep. I was up every half hour, but we're in the process of hiring more meteorologists as well as streamers, just like Joel and I. So we've been slammed with legitimately right around 50 or so interviews over the past week or so. So on top of that, having to field the app stuff going on, there's just so much stuff going on at once here. It's been busy. Yeah, I'm not sure, but you probably do know me through a relative or something.
He was pulling the deadliest catch level sleep routine, lol.
Yep. I had the night shift, so Joel could have the day shift.
Indeed. Starting to, I mean, I haven't really seen how much rain has accumulated yet. I don't have the accumulation total radar on me, but these rain showers have slowed down across West Michigan, the stratiform rain at least. So I'm wondering if we're going to get maybe a couple flood advisories out of this. These heavier thunderstorms that are kind of just sitting over the area. Normal, generic thunderstorms. We will take them. Niles area. Here's your current weather camera, again, courtesy of Jessica Massey State Farm, looking to the northwest. A lot of rain out there at the current time. The trees on the right side of the screen are swaying a decent amount. Looks like those winds are gusting around 40 current time. The banners down there on the left side of the screen also a little bit sideways. The wind in Niles right now on velocity radar is green. There are pixels here of 40 miles per hour. While that is not severe wind, that will still bring down a couple of branches if they are weak enough, as the storm now travels into extreme southwest Cass County, heading towards the Edwardsburg area. You guys
We'll
are
have to watch
absolutely
that.
welcome.
Go ahead.
No, I just said you guys are welcome for covering Niles. Go ahead, Ryan.
We'll have to watch what's over the lake currently. It's on a south-southeastward trek, but Van Buren, perhaps Allegan, and Berrien County may be on impact for that. I'm not going to call it a Boeing segment, but it is a line that's moving over the lake. It's also moving to the south with some decent velocity on it too. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. That could give us a problem for Southwest Lower Michigan.
Ryan, we might have part 7 coverage later.
I think the most we've done is part 4.
Yeah. I'm already on
So
6.
we are part 5. We are now on part 6, and there may be more coming later. So for the time being, though, we have that warning in effect for the western part of Cass and southwestern part of Berrien. Basically just includes the Niles area. The wind up in the Dowagiac area does not appear impressive via velocity. Also does not really appear to be impressive via reflectivity either. The strongest storm is pretty much over Niles currently. It is kind of gusty there in Niles, but it doesn't appear to be severe level gusty. Appears we have a across the border tornado warning issued just to the south of South Bend, Indiana. So that storm is not heading to Michigan, but it is fairly close for those with friends and family in the Walkerton, Plymouth, Kuntz Lake, and Lakeville areas just south of South Bend, Indiana. LaPorte, Marshall, St. Joseph, and Stark counties in Indiana included in that warning. So that's any friends and family situation across the board, across the border.
A lot of converging wind fields there.
Yeah, I saw that a few scans ago. I was kind of wondering if they was going to try to tighten up there. It doesn't look like it's trying to tighten. It's just kind of hanging out.
Yeah. Pinch those
But yeah,
winds
definitely a
together, though,
converge
and
there.
crazy things can happen.
Yeah. Yep.
Um, we're getting outages in Mecosta County now. Mason, Lake Mecosta and Newaygo County have outages coming in.
Hmm. On the north side of that, is there a wake low behind that, perhaps?
Not sure. 303, 309, 307, 313. That is all in southern Norway. Ooh. Yeah, it's this area up here. Is anyone in Newaygo and Mecosta County right now specifically dealing with gusty winds? We are curious.
I will pull up the observation dashboard just to see if I can pull any local.
I would need to also look at Mezzo to see if this is a lake. Oh, a wake low.
A lake. Wow.
um, Possible.
41 in Reed City.
Time was that measured?
Stand by. Uh, I'm going to say recent because it doesn't really chart it in the last 24 hours. In fact, there it is. Hold on. Gust, gust, gust. It doesn't say. I am now confused. Gust to 20, gust to 10, 13, 16. It's not recent according to this chart here, but it doesn't also show it in the 3-hour mark. So I'm confused.
Mm-hmm. A bunch of outages in Kent County as well, from 236 to 245 with these thunderstorms moving through. Hmm. I just kind of saw that popping in on the outage map details. I'm like, If it was one county, I'd say that's probably a little suspicious. But if it's multiple counties getting outages in, better double check. And mesoscale does say that the pressure is dropping right behind the backside of the precipitation. So there's a very low chance we could have a wake low. Back down to our storm that is currently severe warned. The wind right now is strongest in the Edwardsburg area. There also appears to be a downburst occurring in Roseland, Indiana, just across the border on the north side of South Bend. Edwardsburg, you got about 2 minutes until these winds are on top of you. Traveling right down US 2 and May Street and Redfield Road. Crossing over Conrad Road at the current time. New velocity scan coming in. And this scan continues the wind into Edwardsburg. Now about a half mile outside of town. Looks like they're trying to QLCS down there, Ryan. Multiple spots.
Yeah. The overall line there is actually weakening with the wind velocity, though.
Yeah.
But the couplets there, like the notches, definitely are increasing.
Mm-hmm. Air sirens went off in South Bend. Interesting. Oh, it's windy there. Again, they're not called tornado sirens. They're called outdoor warning sirens. So they can issue them for more than just tornadoes. Issue them for severe thunderstorm warnings as well. It just depends on your municipality. That's why warning sirens are very inconsistent. They sound for a wide variety of reasons. Sometimes they may not be for weather. The boxes you see on your screen, the polygons that I'm showing you guys right now, are set in stone. So anytime you see a polygon on your screen in your area, that is what determines whether or not you're in a warning. No sirens don't determine whether you're in a warning or not. Alerts on your phone really determine whether or not you're in a warning. It's the boxes that you see on your screen, the actual alert boxes. So right now you can see there's an orange polygon that covers the Niles and Dowagiac area. That is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. That is the only warning in the state of Michigan. There are no other orange boxes anywhere in the state. Also, there's that tornado warning down here in the Walkerton, Indiana area in red. So anywhere inside that red polygon is inside of that tornado warning. And it's the one thing that matters more than anything else. If you're going to check on anything, whether or not you're in a tornado warning, don't wait for the sirens. Don't wait for alerts to pop up on your phone. Go ahead and check out the radar manually and see whether or not you are in a red or orange box. And what's nice is here at MSC, on our new MSC app, we do have alerts for you guys to use, or for you guys to look at on our radar, both free and pro version. If you guys are Apple users, then you can download right now. Again, Google Play, still in review at the current time. It's been about 2 weeks since we initially sent it in for review. We're just waiting on word back from them at the current time, and then it'll be out.
And the current word is still in review as of current time.
Yep.
No change.
Heavy thunderstorms still moving through the Grand Rapids area at the current time. It just wants to rain and rain and rain in West Michigan. That is a blessing right there. Yeah, nothing severe in the Grand Rapids area at the current time. Just some wind in the Edwardsburg area. Those are only severe weather at the current time. Take a look back up north. I see it.
It's a lake breeze.
A new opponent has appeared. Upscale growth very quickly into thunderstorms in the Steuben area of the Upper Peninsula. There's the boundary. If we can get any sort of movement with those would be heading into northern Michigan later on. It's the start of something new.
Joel, just for point of reference, that also on models is shown to develop into a cluster of storms. Doesn't look organized, but if you look at the 18Z, I don't know why we're looking at a future cast anyway right now because models have just been terrible.
That's
But
been terrible, yeah.
it does show that cluster developing and pushing the northwest, even into southeast Michigan later on tonight. So perhaps something a little bit better, or not better, something a little bit more coming later on,
Well, yeah, because
maybe.
they didn't have any storms up there, so it's a lot of instability that's still kind of sitting around.
So it's not over yet for those of you in northern lower, perhaps the central and southeast corners of the state too. But again, it's play by ear situation. This is a nowcast situation, not a forecast.
Yeah. Well, that would be something.
All
If
right.
the
I have
east
a
side,
phone call to take. I'll be back.
okay,
Sorry.
as I say, it would be something if the east side of the state got more severe weather than the west side of the state did later tonight. That would just be kind of the nail in the coffin for how weird of a day or how weird of a stretch of 36 hours this has been for Michigan's severe weather and its probabilities. But again, no one ever forecasts with 100% probability. If they are, they're kind of BSing you, honestly. Here we forecasted a 35 to 64% chance of damaging winds in that orange level 4 zone across the southwest side of the state. And right now, that tiny little sliver of, what would that be, 36% is the probability that has come true for most of Michigan so far, or most of West Michigan so far, besides primarily Berrien County. So we'll take it though. I'm not complaining. If we can get a lot of rain after a stretch of dry weather like this, no complaints whatsoever. If you guys are having buffering issues, that is on YouTube's end. Feel free to reload the stream, come back in. Besides the storm that is still severe warned here in southern Michigan, the warning has been trimmed. Dowagiac no longer in the severe warning. Buchanan no longer in the severe warning. Continues for Niles, Edwardsburg, Bertrand. Besides that, the next concern here, besides that line, is going to be this line on Lake Michigan, which is still continuing straight down Lake Michigan for the most part. Not really moving towards southwest Michigan, besides maybe Berrien County here within the next hour to an hour and a half, but not really worried about that line at the current time. Pretty relaxed. We like relaxed, Joel, because then we can kind of just hang out and just talk about whatever. Talk about life. Can talk about how I got an injury playing pickleball. We just like to hang out sometimes with you guys, especially when the storms are few and far in between. So if you're new here to MSC, when there's really no warnings going on, we'll kind of just talk, hang out with you guys, make sure there's nothing else going to go severe, and then we kind of hop off. But storms are still starting to fire up along that lake breeze. We'll have to watch them very closely. Look, I dived for a ball. That's all I'll say. This is in West Michigan right now, windows open, listening to the rain and thunder rumble type of weather. It's perfect out there. Stratiform rain. If you guys are always a fan of no severe weather and rain for your gardens and crops, your favorite term leaving the stream today should be stratiform rain, because that is what has taken over West Michigan right now. It's like a blanket of rain that just suppresses all that severe weather from happening. And as you can see, there's a big old blanket of green and yellow all across West Michigan at the current time. And what appears to be maybe a weak wake low on the back side of this rain, which is allowing some places to see a couple power outages and some gusty winds, but not widespread wind damage like we saw with that one like wake low earlier this year. But there are a couple outages coming in right now up here to the north. It's also heading towards me. Hopefully I don't lose power. That'd be bad. Though I do have a generator, so shouldn't be an issue. What's up with Ben? Good question. We'll go ahead and check in on Ben right now. He's out there chasing, but I believe he's in Indiana. I don't think he's in Bangor. He is supposedly in Bangor. Is that true? I don't think he's in Bangor. I think his location is just not updating. I don't see any storms of concern out there at the current time. I was gonna say that's probably Indiana if I had to imagine. Let me check his. When in doubt, check his spotter dot. Yeah, he's in Indiana. His spotter dot's down here near Plymouth at the current time. That his location's not just it's not updating. So, he's on this La Paz severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning just to the south of the border at the current time. So not in Michigan. Another downburst in Coopersville. Is that so? Coopersville and Marne. We do have a downburst ongoing right now. An anticyclonic downburst. It's moving kind of how an anticyclonic tornado would be, but that looks like it's a classic downburst signature. Would be very gusty right now with winds coming down and spreading out in all directions around Coopersville. So if you are in this vicinity of Cleveland Street and 40th Avenue, those winds are peaking right now in that vicinity. The downburst has gotten stronger. Coopersville. It's on the east side of town, by the way. About a mile outside of town, just to the east. Just got a notification. It's like a mesoscale discussion update, potentially. Status on the weather watch. Allegan, Barry, Berrien, Branch, Calhoun, Cass, Clinton, Eaton, Hillsdale, Ingham, Jackson, Ionia, Jackson, Kalamazoo, Kent, Ottawa, St. Joseph, Van Buren. So that's 17 counties. It's like they have trimmed the severe thunderstorm warning for pretty much anywhere south of 90 or north of 96. Excuse me. Latest scan continues the downburst in Coopersville. Or is that now rotate? Hold up. You guys see that? See how the reds and greens kind of swirl around each other like that? That might be a quick spin up trying to occur between Coopersville and Marne now. It was a downburst signature. And the movement on this suggests it's trying to rotate a little bit, very weakly. Weird spot for it. It's really tough to tell. I mean, that does look like a classic downburst, but you get the reds on the north side of the greens like that, especially since it's west of the radar site. Again, red is away from the radar, winds moving. Green is winds moving towards the radar site. So imagine that red and green close together like that. They hook together. That's where you need to be watching out. Right now, I'm going to go with that is a classic downburst. But if I continue to see those reds and greens hooked together like that, I might have to call it for what it may be, which would be weak rotation. Right now, that is on Cleveland Street at Juniper Road. It's on the west side of Grand Rapids. It's just really interesting. No outages. No outages out this way at the current time. That is in the Harrington vicinity as well, near Marne. No, it does look like Kent, Ottawa, and Muskegon are still in that severe thunderstorm watch. Okay. I'm just hawk-eyeing that storm right now. I'm gonna go ahead and go back down here to our severe thunderstorm warning in Edwardsburg, but majority of the concern right now kind of rests on that downburst for whatever reason. Weird. Wait for our frames to come in. Yeah, there's not a whole lot out there in terms of wind near Edwardsburg. This warning is expiring in a minute anyways, so we'll see. We'll see this warning drop off. Will be temporarily warning free. We still have this large swath of showers and storms on Lake Michigan that continue to head primarily south-southeast. May clip Berrien County, but if it's anything like the storms of earlier today, I don't think it's going to do anything. Okay. Well, it's good to see that these winds have evened themselves out a little bit. That was looking a little suspicious for a second, and the greens have become a little bit less bright and a little bit more spread out, so we're good now there. Looks like Brisbane and Marne, still gusty there no matter what. Keep an eye on that storm. It's this random stratiform rain thunderstorm at the current time. It's just doing its own thing. We have a couple pockets of wind in the Potterville and Dimondale area within these thunderstorms that are moving to the east. Nothing else otherwise. We are now warning free. Those winds are right along the Grand River as well at the current time. They're drifting a little bit south towards Johnson Street at 40th Ave. Waiting for a new scan to come in, which will be right now. We'll checking in from Grand Valley State. Welcome in, everyone. Latest scan continues to drift this pocket of wind down through Johnson Street at 32nd Avenue. It's right outside of 40th and Leonard along the Grand River there. Outage just came in from Walker. There's nothing really that impressive in the Walker area, so that's weird how that just got a big outage there. And new outage in Talmadge. Ooh, we're getting a lot of outages now. Grand Valley area. Yeah, Walker Standale now getting some outages popping in. Storm Relative shows it a little bit better. So storm relative velocity is showing this pocket of wind across the area. Some of these pixels are 66 knots, which is like 70 miles per hour at 829 feet off the ground. But if you look at normal base velocity, it's like 35 miles per hour. Freddy's got a shot out there real quick. I'm going to take his cam. He's out in Benton Harbor right now looking at that line of storms on Lake Michigan. We are facing the other way now. We're looking at Freddy. Okay, there we go. Beautiful view. But yeah, back to what I was saying. This is a puzzling radar image because storm relative velocity is showing these very high values, but base velocity does not at the current time. Yeah, storm relative velocity is 70-mile-per-hour winds over here. We are warning free at the current time. Just kind of watching the west side of Grand Rapids right now. New wind gust coming in here in just a second. We do have outages now north of 96. This area of velocity that is a little bit higher now, Harrington up to Reno. All outages reported as of 2 minutes ago and 1 minute ago. 28th Street, down to Cleveland, down to Garfield. That's all here in the north side of the highway. Base velocity, huh? 72 knots at 900 feet off the ground. But base velocity is 37 miles per hour. So, Marne residents, which ones are you guys experiencing right now? I'm experiencing 35 myself up here in Montcalm County. It's gusty on the back side of this line of storms. There's also those pockets of wind heading into Lansing right now. I don't see any outages down this way. There's actually one outage that just came in just south of Eaton Rapids. The pocket of gusty wind there. Now we have outages coming in from Sparta. Yeah, there is some sort of backside wind ongoing within this line of storms right now. I think it's I think it is what we call a wake low. Doesn't really translate to thunderstorms, but there's just a bunch of wind out there at the current time. Yeah, there's no severe warnings out there right now, but there's somewhere inside the backside of this line of rain that's moving in, there is just a pocket of wind that is existing here. We've seen it before where we have a a wake low moving through the area, and that's likely what could be happening right now. Besides this convection that is in Walker and Marne right now, that would be a convective thunderstorm that could get a severe thunderstorm warning. But for the rest of us that are dealing with wind and outages outside of that thunderstorm, it would just be generic wind. Could also be lightning knocking out power, but it's gusty right now. I'm conferring it myself here. I'm in Montcalm County, which is also up here on the north side, on the edge of that rain, and it is gusty here, up to about 35 estimated outside my window. So, believe you guys, when I see these winds moving through, kind of dealing with it myself. Winds on Lake Michigan right now are pretty intense as well. It's a good thing those are staying on Lake Michigan because the velocity scale right now is kind of off the charts. Hopefully those stay a little bit to the west at the current time. There's a statement. We've got a statement now. Going 40-mile-per-hour wind. Is this thunderstorm in downtown Grand Rapids at the current time? 40-mile-per-hour wind. Yeah. So again, this is heading into downtown Grand Rapids right now. As you guys can see, there's also been outages reported with this line of storms so far to this point. So if you're just tuning in from the Grand Rapids area, special alert statement has been issued. Portions of southern Kent and southeastern Ottawa counties through 4:30 p.m. At 3:56, Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm near Walker, or 8 miles northwest of Grand Rapids. Moving southeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazards here are going to be winds in excess of 40. Gusty winds can knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Locations impacted by the special weather statement include Grand Rapids, Wyoming, Kentwood, Walker, Grandville, East Grand Rapids, Hudsonville, Coopersville, Caledonia, Jenison, Gerald R. Ford International Airport, Allendale, Ada, Cutlerville, Lamont, Belmont, Alaska, Cascade, Eastmanville, and Marne. Severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 8 p.m. Yeah, this day did live up to its potential. It's the jet streak that ultimately controls where these storms go. And thankfully, the jet streak stayed primarily off to our west. We're talking maybe 50 miles max between the difference of Wisconsin getting hit today and Michigan getting hit today. So yes, the forecast did verify. However, the majority of the wind is over in Wisconsin and Illinois, where they were also in that level 4 risk today. So again, we don't always forecast 100% probabilities. These probabilities that we show you guys in that level 4 zone were 35 to 64% chance of damaging winds. That means there's a 36 to 65% chance of no damaging winds if you do get a storm. And that damaging wind threshold is 60 miles per hour. So keep that in mind. We're right on that cusp of 50-50. We also came into this event noting the uncertainty that was at play with today's lines of storms. We mentioned it last night, actually, how the models just kept changing every 6 hours. It was putting a picture somewhere here, and it was putting a picture over there, and it was putting a picture over there. We also mentioned how if we didn't get morning stuff, we would maybe get afternoon stuff because of the timing of these storms. Remember, there's a lot of instability out there today. It is going to be used up in some capacity. It just depends on how that is going to be used. So, for example, in West Michigan, we had morning storms move through. That took out some of that fuel. And then as this jet streak moved in from the Wisconsin area, these storms formed and moisture actually spread into the region, which allowed these storms to form, but have this moisture pool that actually developed off to the east. And so that's why we're getting a lot of this stratiform rain in Michigan versus the storms that they saw in Wisconsin, those large tornadoes that came through and those gusty winds of 70 and 80 miles per hour. And if you guys missed it, in the Chicago area down towards Gary, 100 mile per hour winds. And what we called for here at MSC is 60 to 90 mile per hour winds today. They happened. They just happened a little bit off to our west compared to here in Michigan. So forecast, yes, it did verify just a little bit west than what the models were projecting last night. And again, we were given this data last night. It was consistent over, at least when we came out with that forecast late night, if you guys remembered, it was consistent over the 0Z, 01Z, 02Z, 03Z runs of downburst winds along a bow echo line from northern Michigan all the way down through southern Michigan. So we went off that forecast along with another forecast from earlier today. And that was the best data that was given to us at that time. Wake up this morning, guess what happened? The storm slowed down by 3 hours. They started up in northern Michigan at around 10 a.m. instead of 7 a.m. when they were actually supposed to be moving out of the upper peninsula. So things change, and the Ring of Fire can do that to us.
I have the Hudsonville cam from the Grand Equipment Company pulled up. We have a look at that little bit of a windy area in the west side of GR currently. When I first popped back in here, there was a little bit of a lowering still, but it looks like that's kind of screwed off. So
Downburst potentially right down the highway there.
that's what I'm looking at there too.
It would be right there, just down the way from the water tower. That would be it right there. Zoom in on the water tower if you can. Otherwise, I can if you want me to.
Say what? Sorry. Zoom in.
Zoom in on the water tower area. There's a pocket of downburst winds right now, right in that vicinity. Ooh, yeah. Rapid left movement on that too. Back to radar here. That is the downburst pocket we're looking at right now at 44th Street and 196, just outside of Granville. That camera courtesy of Grand Equipment Company in Hudsonville. Now, special weather statement in effect for portions of Kent and Ottawa counties. 40-mile-per-hour wind, no hail, and outages have been reported with this line of storms. We have somehow found a way to double our power outages in the last 45 minutes. We're up to 12,900 without power now. Most of these outages are coming in from Kent County where there's a higher population base, so that does make sense in some form. Big outage in Sparta, big outage in Walker, big outage north of Marne. A new outage now coming in the Cannonsburg area. The Grand Valley area also getting in on the power outage action. It's gusty out there across Kent County. And I am experiencing myself about 35-mile-per-hour winds somewhat consistently up here in Montcalm County at the current time. Right on the edge of this rain. Just some rapid cloud movement underneath this storm right now in the Hudsonville area. I'm not a fan of this, Ryan. There's a lot of converging winds here. You're muted, by the way.
It's not uncommon to get some weird stuff happening within those convergence areas, so it's definitely worth watching.
It's weird too because the storm relative winds are 75, 80 miles per hour right now over this area. Likely due to that low level jet that's kind of screaming across. But you look at the base velocity winds and it's 45 max. And you guys are mentioning it too on your weather apps here in chat, how you guys are also seeing those SRV winds of 70 plus. Really weird. That is due to those winds we're seeing at the low levels of the atmosphere, not all the way mixed down to the surface, but we'll keep an eye on them. I think funky things can happen. Hey Ryan, look at the Hudsonville cam. Keep an eye on that.
Behind the trees there, is that what you're concerned about?
Yeah.
It's hard to tell.
For a moment, there was some rising scud there, but it was moving up really quickly. Yeah, all these clouds are moving to the north right now. Surface-based winds. More outages continue to come in here across Kent County. Another new outage just to the south of Sparta.
Definitely suspicious.
Pull up some of our other Grand Rapids area cameras. Let's do go Cascade. Nope, not Centerville. I need Cascade. We'll do Kentwood. We'll do Grand Rapids Northside Plainfield. And we'll do Byron Center. I'm queuing all these cameras up behind the scenes for those who are curious what's going on. The Kentwood cam is the windiest right now. Oh no, Kentwood and Cascade both pretty windy. Less windy, but still windy in north side of Grand Rapids. And Byron Center, it's raining, but not windy. Meanwhile, that line of storms on Lake Michigan just continues to go nuts with the velocity signatures out there.
It's taking its sweet old time as well. It's been over the water for quite some time.
Hopefully it stays there. Have we got the data in from the Detroit balloon launch yet? I know that was happening today at 2 o'clock.
I do not see it on the SPC website yet.
Yeah, if you're in the Grand Rapids metro right now and surrounding counties, just be advised it is gusty across the area at the current time. Looks like some sort of wake low situation. You have the difference in pressure gradients very quickly behind each other. You can get some a little bit of crazier winds out there. So again, Kent County, portions of Ottawa, maybe Muskegon, Newaygo, Montcalm, and Ionia counties at the current time, dealing with some of this wind. lot of bright reds and bright greens around Grand Rapids specifically at the current time. I've been told the rain has made it to the southeast side of the state. Congratulations. You did it. Well, at least the Ann Arbor area. Livingston, Washtenaw, Jackson, Ingham County. Some sprinkles down into Lenawee and Monroe. They're getting there. Thumb's staying pretty dry though at the current time. Yeah, we're at the current point where we're just kind of watching storms in the Grand Rapids area that are gusty and reported outages coming in. Just making sure it doesn't go severe. We're also checking out these storms with some gusty winds on Lake Michigan that are continuing to head off to the southeast. This might be a concern for only Berrien County at the current time. We have Freddie out there. He's chasing up there in the top right of the screen. He looks like he's repositioning a little bit further south. He'll be heading down towards the Stevensville and Bridgman area, as well as Sawyer, New Buffalo. So these lines of storms are heading. If they don't head for Berrien County, it will be a direct hit on Michigan City and Ogden Dunes. We do have more development in the Upper Peninsula, although not impressive. This would be the batch to watch for later on this evening into the overnight hours. However, again, it is peak heating at the current time. If any storm fuel can develop across northern Michigan, that's what it would tap into, but it's starting to get pretty overworked across the area. Let me take a look at just overall instability. Yeah, there appears to be a little bit of a wake low in the area of Grand Rapids right now, according to the latest meso. Yeah. It's trying its hardest. There is up to about 3,000 joules of surface space Cape now Ryan uncapped in northern Michigan, but there's it's just a very small spot near the Gaylord area. Everything kind of south of Cadillac and Grayling is still pretty weak in terms of storm fuel as available. So maybe a short fuse severe threat later on this evening across northern Michigan, but at the current time, I'm not going to put any sort of money or bank on any sort of severe happening really further south of Cadillac the rest of the night until we have more confidence that that line, if it does develop, pushes south. Right now in West Michigan, it looks like this is the last of it. Another downburst appears to be occurring in the Byron Center area. However, I have the Byron Center camera up. And there's just a light breeze. Downburst is off on the right side of the screen, it looks like. Quick shout out here on the YouTube side of things while it's a little bit calm for now. Got TC Queenie, Mike Jones, Haley R, Isabel B, Terry, Elizabeth H, Latona, Jillian W, Wrangling Dragon, Janet ×2, Ashley Ann, Haley R, SSAK, Lily Rose, and Mr. Z, all sending an assortment of jewels over here on YouTube. Appreciate you guys very much for your support. There are currently no warnings in effect out there, but there is a statement in effect in the Kentwood area, which is in Kent County. Also portions of Ottawa County as well. This is in effect until 4:30. So another 9 minutes or so on this one. The storm is also just completely fizzling out. Yeah, there's not really much else to talk about. We're still watching the gusty winds in the Grand Rapids area at the current time. Plenty of outages across the Grand Rapids area. For whatever reason, poweroutage.com is now not showing all of our outages, but the Consumer's Energy Map still does show a bunch of outages across Kent County with these storms. Looks like our threat is starting to dwindle, though. Our winds are starting to die down. However, this pocket of wind is moving south with time. So if you are experiencing gusty winds in Allegan and Barry and Eaton counties, would not be shocked. According to mesoanalysis, there's a very weak wake low moving through the area, which is a sign of some very suddenly gusty winds across the area. They're not really associated with a storm. They're just kind of gusty winds that will take you by surprise, so be careful. We also have a flood advisory in effect for southwestern Kent County coming in effect until 6:30 p.m. That's going to be Wyoming, Cutlerville, and Byron Center area. So flood advisory now in effect. And we watch this one lone cell that is in the Wyoming area, moving to the north. It's the last cell that's just kind of surviving on its own. It should be coming into view of camera here shortly. Again, this is courtesy of Grand Equipment Company in Hudsonville. It's looking to the east right now at the current time. Eyeing that right side of the screen here, because that's where the shower's going to be coming into view at. Right down 196 here. It's like it's just kind of scuddy at the current time. This is quite literally the most tiniest of cells that could still be possible out there. If I switch back to radar, you guys will see what I'm talking about. It is this one little storm. It's the storm that could. While everything else fizzles out and goes south, this one little storm is persistent across the area. And that's also kind of why we have a flood advisory now in effect, because this tiny little cell between Byron Center and Wyoming. That is so interesting to watch in real time. And they are still getting considerable warnings over there in Wisconsin, in an area that's already been hit twice today. And more tornado warnings in the Chicago area. Very impressive day overall, just not for Michigan. We'll obviously take that. If you guys have missed the news, this forecast has been quite on par today. It just primarily stayed to the west due to the steering jet streak that kept most of these storms kind of along Lake Michigan and points to the west. Again, if this jet streak would have been shifted by 50 miles, we would have seen more of those 70 to 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. We would have seen probably that EF2 tornado plus that hit the Appleton, Wisconsin region. And of course, some of the flash flooding with these training storms. Thankfully, we are absolutely thankful that these have stayed away from Michigan for the most part so far. As you've noticed, we have been live today multiple times. This is our 6th time actually live today for severe weather in Michigan. We've had our fair share of severe weather. It's kind of just been scattered in isolated cells across the state here and there and everywhere. No tornado warnings yet today in Michigan. We didn't really expect that to be the main hazard. But we did have a couple instances of 60 mile per hour winds occur and some large hail earlier today. We did have upwards of golf ball sized hail possible in Iosco and Alcona counties near Oscoda, Michigan. Other than that, we did have a bunch of gusty winds and large hail earlier today in Gogebic and Ontonagon counties in the Upper Peninsula. Still fixing the outages up there. There's still 880 outages or customers without power in Gogebic County and 119 in Ontonagon from storms there earlier today. So we got more of the rain, and I will say right now, I'm now on the north side of this rain band in Montcalm County. The sun is starting to come back out again, so that's more fuel for later tonight. If we do see more storms, we're going to hope that's not the case, though. Big ol' clearing. Heating right back up. In fact, you guys can take a look at the Ludington camera with me. This is courtesy of Ludington area JC's 18 holes of mini golf. This is looking right out at the harbor. This is usually where the SS Badger comes in Ludington, Michigan. And look at all of that sun out there. And that could be fuel for later tonight. It's undetermined whether or not it will be fuel for storms later. But we already have instances of 3,000 joules of CAPE popping up across northern Michigan. CAPE is the value of instability in the atmosphere. We always look for values around 10 to 1500. And so we're about 2 to 3 times that right now across northern Michigan. So we'll see if the storms that are currently developing in northern Michigan at the current time, meaning the Upper Peninsula, can form into a Boeing segment and push south, or if that is just going to go to waste and just be normal thunderstorms. So we'll see. But confidence is low now that this main line of storms has come through, and especially with that stratiform rain band that has just given us blanket rain across the area here tonight. So again, confidence is low for severe weather for primarily the rest of the night now that we have this main line coming through. We will continue to watch for more development up to the north where instability is starting to refire back up. In fact, I do see a couple more cells starting to pop up, perhaps. Tiny little blips. We'll take a look at correlation coefficient radar, which can determine whether or not rain is falling versus non-meteorological phenomenon. You can see there's a little bit of a red blip there popping up right now in East Jordan. So that could be the start of something, but we'll keep an eye on it. As you can see, that's formed along the lake breeze up here in the Upper Peninsula, a line of thunderstorms. And these ones will have to be monitored as well as the evening goes on. But for the most part right now, we are just chilling as the special weather statement is expiring here in about a minute. Sorry, it's expiring right now in a second. And there it goes. So we're statement free. The next big concern right now is wind on Lake Michigan that continues to head south-southeast, could clip portions of Berrien County, but at the current time, this is primarily staying on Lake Michigan. National Weather Service is not that confident in those 60-mile-per-hour gusts right now. Since I have a moment, we'll go ahead and read off our trusted partners down there at the bottom of the screen. Once again, trusted partners are what keep MSC going for the most part here 24/7, 365 days a year. If you'd like to become a trusted partner, get your business out in front of millions of Michiganders, feel free to reach out. Chandler at MichiganStormChasers.com. Also, with these trusted partners, they are all licensed and insured and personally vetted so that you don't have to go through your local Facebook group, go play phone tag with perhaps a shady business. Feel free to turn to the trusted partners we have listed here at the bottom of the screen. As always, they're scrolling down there on the bottom right side of the screen if you ever need a reminder of each company's phone number. While we read that off, we'll go ahead and take Freddy's cam. He's got a view of that shelf as it comes in to the region, although he's frozen now. That would be, oh, that's probably Sydney's cam. Yeah. We'll take Sydney's cam while we read off the trusted partners. Sydney is not in Flint. Sydney is definitely not in Flint. We'll go ahead and read off the trusted partners down there at the bottom of the screen. She's at Waco Beach at the current time. We'll go ahead and read off in alphabetical order. We got A-Class Construction and Restoration, located in Northwest Lower Peninsula. American Arbor, located in Southwest Michigan. Apex Restoration and Mitigation, located in Genesee County in the Thumb. Battle Creek IT, for all of your IT needs in the Battle Creek area. We got Carlton Equipment Company for all of your equipment rental needs across the state of Michigan. Crystal Flash, also covering the state of Michigan for all of your fuel and propane delivery needs. If you need help with website design or need a growth-focused digital marketing strategy, feel free to turn to Inc. Media. Katz Roofing and Siding, covering Lansing and Potterville. Kuiper Tree Care, covering West Michigan. McKay Tree Specialists, specializing in tree damage in Southeast Michigan. Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding, covering Sanilac and St. Clair counties. On Top Roofing, covering Livingston County and the just surrounding areas. PFCU Credit Union, with multiple branches across the southern Lower Peninsula. Feel free to turn to them today for the best banking experience. Rainbow Restoration, covering West Michigan. Rapid Radios for all of your LTE wireless walkie-talkie needs. No matter where you're at in the United States, you can use them. Rapid Radios. Ronald McDonald House Charities of Detroit. Feel free to help families in need find the comfort they deserve. In times of sickness, you can call that number on the screen. ServPro Restoration needs and storm cleanup needs. You can turn to ServPro 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Storm Guard Metro Detroit North, covering Oakland, Macomb, and Washtenaw counties. Top Gun Roofing and Exteriors, covering West Michigan. Top Notch Tree Care, for all of your tree service needs in the 127 corridor from Lansing to Jackson. And finally, Victor's Home Solutions, covering the Tri-Cities area. That's Midland, Bay City, and Saginaw areas of the state. Those are all of our trusted partners. Thank you guys very much for your support. Also going to check out our satellite data because this is important for later. If it's clearing out, that could be fuel for later on. We'll see though. Yeah. Very impressive shots there from Freddie and Sydney coming in. Appreciate them for going out there and chasing today. Yeah, our weather camera network will be available at some point for everyone. We have 120 weather cameras across the entire state, and most of them will be live 24/7. We just have not released that dashboard yet. Once we release that dashboard, you'll be able to check them out at any point. So feel free to stay tuned here at MSC for those details. Again, make sure you're following us on Facebook for all posts throughout the day, as well as Instagram and X for any sort of forecast posts throughout the day as well. I think we kind of have to wait for these storms to kind of push through Berrien County before we go off again, because truthfully, going live for another 20 minutes to be thunderstorm warning would not be the best idea. So we'll kind of just stay live and wait for these storms to move into the Berrien County region, see what they decide to do. Right now, most of that wind is on the lake still. We did have a couple rainfall reports come in, much needed rainfall reports in Kent County, 1.77 inches. Co-op Observer 3-hour total, about 3 miles southwest of Sparta. Also in the Wyoming area, just south of downtown, 1.4 95 inches of rain in 3 hours. And Kentwood, 1.8 inches of rain in 3 hours, with a 12-hour total of 1.91 inches. So about 2 inches of rain a day so far in Kent County. We have a low-level cloud deck that is just zooming to the north underneath this main line of clouds that are dealing with this entire system. It's very cool to watch develop. See if I can switch my source here. See, our surface-based clouds are heading straight to the north, but our upper-level winds are heading pretty much straight to the southeast. So it makes for this really cool effect where you have clouds heading in pretty much opposite directions out there, and it's a reminder that the atmosphere is a fluid. There's a lot of spin out there today in the atmosphere. Also, check out that storm in the Chicago area. It's kind of sitting stationary, just bubbling up. A lot of cool things to look at on satellite view. You can actually start to see new convection. Oh, wrong side. New convection up here in northern Michigan. More instability firing up there. Take a look at the sub-regional product. Here are all your storms in the upper peninsula blossoming. Actually, we can take a look at the true color. There we go. You also see a little bit of wildfire smoke out there too, associated within the jet streak moving across the area. A lot of different cloud moving out there today. Go back to the radar though. Lost Freddy's cam. Go ahead and take a little bit of a rest break here at the current time. There's not a whole lot going on out there. There is, however, a couple cells trying to pop up in Washtenaw County. Inside of the stratiform rain, that might be a little bit stronger, but stronger in quotation marks is going to be maybe winds of 40 miles per hour, if you're lucky. Otherwise, it's just light rain moving in to the Detroit metro. Comes some of that new development now in northern Michigan. If you're wondering why we're live, we're kind of waiting to see what this line of storms is going to do on south central Lake Michigan as it's continuing to head south. If it clips portions of Berrien County, it could trigger a severe thunderstorm warning. Which would be, if we did stop the live stream right now and had to go live again, it would be part 7 coverage for today. So kind of just waiting and seeing at the current time. Still got a long ways to go. So if you guys have any questions in chat, it can be about anything in general, I guess we could say. I'll go ahead and try and answer them right now. Again, if it's a question asking about how hard is my city going to get hit, I literally cannot answer that, unfortunately. Do not have the capabilities to tell you guys the future, but I do wish I could. Also, thank you, Catherine M., for sending 440 joules. Appreciate you. Yes, this is the most parts of coverage you've ever had in a single day. Part 6. It's been a busy day, even though we haven't really had as much as Wisconsin, Illinois has had. We'll take it. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. Again, still getting over a little bit of a injury I sustained at a pickleball tournament this weekend, but doing okay otherwise. Also had a great weekend with extended family yesterday. Got to enjoy a little bit of a lake day out there, a weekend off. Another round tonight is possible, especially across northern Michigan, but don't get your hopes up if you're looking for severe weather. Keep them respectable. Isn't the meaning of life like 42 or something, like that movie, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Something like that. Yes, a lot of us here at MSC do game. Love that you guys have an ASL translator. Just wanted to say thanks. Yeah, of course. Dawn and Caitlin do a great job. I always feel really, really bad when I rattle off about 30 counties or cities in a row. I truly do feel bad. Will the Tigers make the playoffs? I will not make a statement on that. If I say something, I feel like the opposite's going to happen. Can you give us a play-by-play on how you got injured in pickleball? Well, I was diving for a ball that was kind of out of my reach. I realized I'm not as young as I used to be, and I lunged forward with my upper body into the ground and injured my shoulders, rotator cuffs. I was wearing a sling earlier. I kind of took it off so I can kind of have more access to the keyboard. I'm still sore right now because I've been without the sling, but um, it's been fine. It could have been a lot worse. I did hit my head and my hip as well a little bit lightly, as I kind of did a half attempt tuck and roll. But yeah, that drop shot that my opponent had was pretty gnarly. I tried to go for it. I did win the point. It was not in vain. It wasn't. If you guys know the rules of pickleball, I got the serve back essentially. I didn't win a point, but I got the serve back. But yeah, no bone breaks. Just probably a muscle tear. Just saw pictures of the tornado damage in Appleton, Wisconsin. It destroyed homes and cars. Prayers for all those affected. Definitely prayers up for Appleton. We were watching that live on some of our coverage earlier this evening, at least on the radar. We were using it as an example of what a debris ball looks like on radar. You never want to see that. So again, it looks like EF2 plus damage. I haven't seen any of the photos yet myself, and I'm sure I will with time this evening. Strong storms are still possible tonight, but I'm not going to name specific locations because, again, so far today, it's been a very flip-floppy sort of event when it comes to these models that have been sent our way. So we're just waiting and seeing. It's a nowcast event. We did say coming in today there's still a lot of uncertainty, and we saw that uncertainty play out as soon as dawn this morning, 7 a.m., when these storms were running 2.5 hours behind schedule. And then we had prefrontal storms. Well, storms along the jet streak that weren't models but were there anyways that eventually stabilized the atmosphere across West Michigan. And if it wasn't for that stabilizing rain in the morning across West Michigan, we probably would have seen at least a similar midday to what Wisconsin was having over there with the significant tornadoes and that 80-mile-per-hour wind. Some places actually saw 3-inch hail as well over there in Wisconsin. It's not just the tornadoes and the wind, but it was some of the hail as well. Again, not going to answer questions about specific locations. Can't really peek into the future per se. Can I summon rain from Macomb County? Not really. I wish I had that power. I wish everybody could get what they wanted, but unfortunately, it just is not realistic. Yes, Courtney, we have been in attempt to get a camera with them in Jackson, but it fell through. I custom built my own PC. I honestly don't remember the specs of it, but I used to run MSC off a laptop back when we had suboptimal streaming software, and even the stream software nowadays is with so many people that always tune into these streams. The CPU is also just running really hard as it stands, so might have to upgrade again at some point. I also did not win the tournament, for those who are curious, for pickleball. At the current time, no plans to be at the Monroe County Fair. Hey, that's my report on screen. Was it one of the rainfall reports in Kent County? I see. Oh, hey, look. Our infamous 28th Street East of Division flooding is ongoing, I see. Flood report there. 2.47 inches of rain in multiple locations in Wyoming. So 2.5 inches there. Pretty respectable rainfall. Do you have more faith in the Tigers or the Lions this year? I need to wait until the trade deadline happens to make a decision on the Tigers. I'm sorry. For now, I'll say the Lions, but we'll see where the team is headed after the trade deadline. If you're going to be rude in chat, again, the moderators will not be afraid to ban you. We do this because we care. We don't just do this for fun, for clicks. Like, this is our full-time job. We do this because we care. I went to school. It's been my dream job since first grade to submit severe weather reports and give you guys the most updated details as it comes in. This is not just for fun. So if you're going to be rude, you can say adios. Okay? Even with all the fancy tools that we were taught and learned, the weather does have its own mind. Just saying. Yeah, so shoulder injuries do suck. It does look like we have a couple super chats in here. Got Michelle F, $5 super chat saying thank you for covering every single storm and more in Michigan. No problem, Michelle. Yeah, and it's a good reminder again here at MSC. We've covered every single severe thunderstorm warning from beginning to end. We do truly care. We take shifts overnight. Ryan was up all night last night, setting alarms every half hour, making sure no warnings were going to be issued. And then we traded off this morning. So we're always making sure if there's going to be a severe warning in the state of Michigan, we want to be live tracking it. Right now, there's no severe warnings in effect. We are watching a couple strong storms offshore right now. We're kind of waiting and seeing to see what they do as they head towards Berrien County. But for right now, we're just kind of in Q&A hour at the current time. So again, we have covered every single warning from beginning to end dating back through the end of 2023. It's about 1,000 plus severe warnings and tornado warnings in a row. Also, thank you, Kelly M. $10 super chat. Saying, I have a question for Dawn, if that's okay. I was curious if you had to take any specific training to interpret for weather reports. Some of these words are crazy hard. You are very skilled. Dawn, I'll let you answer if you'd like, if you want to turn on your microphone.
Sure. Yeah, I definitely had to do some training to interpret for this. Absolutely.
There you go. As Dawn has told us before, there's a lot of different interesting weather phenomenon that do have harder words to kind of spell out, but especially the cities and counties. Those are always fun.
That's absolutely the truth. All the spellings, and you guys struggle with the pronunciations. I struggle with the spellings.
Yep.
So, absolutely.
Oh, yes. And I will always be thankful that, Dawn, you were not here for the Topinabee incident where we had, I said that word about 150, or that city 150 times in the same stream back then. And every single time I said it, it was a different pronunciation. But yeah, that was a night.
I'm a little bit sad I missed it, actually. I heard about it after the fact, but
Yeah.
yeah, I
Also, shout out to Haley R, sending Jules twice and Freeze Ray with a PH, 1,000 joules. Thank you guys very much. Yes, Google has not yet released our app to their app store yet. We're waiting on their release right now. Apple users, if you guys haven't yet, feel free to check it out. It's up. You guys can submit your damage reports on that app now as well. It's kind of the most outstanding feature along with professional radar. I've always been a fan of you guys, but hearing you play pickleball even more so now. Yeah, I run a tournament actually every single summer in the Grand Rapids area. It's called the Under the Lights tournament because it's at night. And we have a small crowd that comes out every year, and we did it for our 5th straight year this year. It was really fun. As you get older, injuries remind you of how young you aren't anymore. Absolutely true. Curious, how many meteorologists ever won the lottery? Probably none. That might be a question for Google. I do not have the answer to that. It does appear that that line of gusty winds on the backside of the rain is still moving through the area from Charlotte up to Mason, up to Linden. You're seeing gusty winds right now in any of these areas from Eaton up to Genesee County. I would not be shocked. Velocity does have indications that those backside winds are screaming through the area, I guess you could say. This is more along the lines of a just in case stream right now. All the warnings have expired. We're watching some intense winds right now offshore of New Buffalo, Michigan. These are continuing to head off to mostly the south. But if a warning does trim portions of Berrien County, we do have to go live. So that's why we're kind of just waiting and seeing what this line does as it continues to head south towards New Buffalo, Michigan City, and eventually the Ogden Dunes area here in northwest Indiana. So we're on standby. Those are some very intense winds right now. Elevated, but heading south. Line of storms are primarily heading south-southeast. Thank you guys. The respectable comments are very much appreciated. I have a question. What made you decide to become a meteorologist? My first grade teacher, kind of helped me along, I would say. I was always interested in not paying attention in class. Every time I go to a presentation, if you guys have had me out for a school presentation before, I've mentioned my story many times. But my first grade teacher noticed I was doing just that. I wasn't paying attention in class. I was looking outside, and we had a weather person of the day thing that each classmate would kind of rotate out every single day of the week. And I recall taking it over for a whole week at a time before letting the rest of my classmates do it. And I kind of fell in love with it just right then and there. I also met Reed Timmer growing up. There's an open house at the National Weather Service office in Grand Rapids, and I believe 2008, where he brought his Dominator out there. I got to sit in it and ask him a couple questions that were storm chasing related. And that kind of funneled and fueled my interest in the storm chasing side of things, but also continued to pursue that dream throughout my childhood. Also watched a lot of the Weather Channel growing up, of course. A lot of outbreaks back then. The 2011 outbreaks were kind of top of the list that I remember very vividly in my childhood. That was back when I was in 5th and 6th grade, I believe. And then, of course, I got to high school, did a lot of video broadcasting, did a lot of snow day predictions, of course. The school announcements in front of my entire high school, 1,200 students. That was fun. Every Monday I would do a forecast for the week, and every Friday in the fall especially, I got to do the football Friday forecast. So it was fun. And then, of course, I had to make it to college, and I did. And it was a tough task, but eventually I did get the degree and came right here to Michigan Storm Chasers, where I'm now you guys as chief meteorologist. So it's been quite the journey over 20 years. The dream has been alive. And I'm so glad to be living out a dream and serving you guys here in the state of Michigan. I don't play many games. If I do, on my PC, it's just Minecraft. Good old classic. Played a lot of Civ 5, Civ 6. Not too many games. I'm just always a busy person, though. I used to play a lot more in my childhood. Where are the storms? They are all around us, actually. Over on Lake Michigan right now. What degree did you get in school to become a meteorologist? Meteorology. They have degrees for meteorology. It's a 4-year program. CMU, Central Michigan University, is where I got mine. Fire up chips for those who are watching in chat. It is the best meteorology program in the state. Michigan and Michigan State do have meteorology programs, but they're kind of tied into their geography department. So it's a meteorology concentration in geography. It's not a full program, but you still get the full degree. If you want the actual department, or you get multiple professors that help you out, Central Michigan is the way to go. It's a tough degree, though. Got to have a lot of knowledge in science and math. And it did take me some trial and error to get through some of those math classes, those calculus classes, up through Calculus 4 if you want to become a meteorologist, as a reminder. So it took me a while. I've not tried either of those games yet. 049, Funnel Runners or Outbreak. And thank you guys for the nice comments. Appreciate you. The blue boxes on the lake are special marine warnings. So those are the equivalent of a severe thunderstorm warning over the water is what I usually like to say. The wind is usually a lot weaker than a normal severe thunderstorm warning, but you only really need those 40-mile-per-hour winds to overturn some small vessels out there in the lake. So to them, 40-mile-per-hour winds are everything. To us, 60-mile-per-hour winds are everything on land. So that's their equivalent of a severe thunderstorm warning on the water. That is why we're kind of waiting and seeing if we do get any warnings into Berrien County before we hop off. Because again, Part 7 coverage, if we have to start again, it would be Part 7 coverage here this evening. And honestly, I think we're probably just going to get it anyways, because at some point, I believe that maybe one or two of these cells up here, at the very least, in the Gaylord area, northern Michigan, which is sitting in pretty decent instability right now, will probably go warned for a brief bit. Yeah, there's 2,700. Sorry, there's in one spot here, 3,900 joules of surface space cape, and 4,000 even up here in the Canada Creek Ranch vicinity of northern Michigan. So there's a lot of fuel rebounding back into this area of northern Michigan. If there's enough oomph to pull those storms south, that would be a concern for primarily the I-75 corridor later this evening, which is way different than how we expected this day to go. But alas, again, it's always been kind of on the table as a possibility. If these storms move out quickly, there's enough time for heating to redevelop in the afternoon hours, and we could see more storms redevelop here to the north, and that is currently what is ongoing out there with enough lift. So keep an eye on those. Lifted indice, by the way, is -8 here in northern Michigan, so that's plenty of lift. The larger, the lower the number, the better the lift. So -4, -5 is kind of that baseline threshold for stronger storms. We have a -8 right now, which is fairly decent across northern Michigan. So we'll keep an eye on those storms as they continue to fire up around Gaylord and portions of Oscoda and Montmorency County in northern Michigan. And they're still getting the 2-inch plus hail down there in portions of Illinois. Battered and bruised today over there in Wisconsin, Illinois. Even portions of northwest Indiana, too. Love you guys. You saved my daughter's life. I'll never forget that. I'm so happy to hear. I'm glad they're doing all right, and I'm so glad they're safe here today. Will there be storms later tonight in eastern Michigan? HRR model shows storms later today. Yeah, it's what we're watching right now in northern Michigan at the current time. A lot of comments in here saying we love Dawn. It must be behind. Oh yeah, I'm 10 minutes behind in comments right now. See if I can catch back up. What is the best place to check out a radar when you aren't all online? I keep having issues on YouTube and like to look at radars for my area, but not sure which one is better nowadays. I would say if you don't have the MSC app yet, go ahead and download it. Again, if you do have an Apple device, that is. If you don't have an Apple device, unfortunately, is not available yet. We are waiting on Google to confirm. Until that happens, it is just Apple devices only, so iPads, iPhones. There is free radar and there is pro radar. Highly recommend the pro version. It's basically kind of the equivalent of what we're showing you here on stream. You got your base velocity, you can look at correlation coefficient. Pretty decent hail out there right now within this line as well. The special marine warning does say 50 knots now, so that would be severe winds. So 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's likely we'll get a severe warning coming into the Michigan City region here soon. But how much of that will clip portions of Berrien County? We'll see. I wish Ryan was in here. I was going to ask him about the desktop version because I could use that. I don't think he's in here right now. So we do have a desktop version that's expected to be out at some point. I have not played Madden 2005. Played Madden 13. Sounds like we're hearing reports of 40-mile-per-hour winds over here in the east side of the state. That makes sense. The backside wind on the back of the system. A little bit of a wake low moving through. Honey child, wait until you reach 79 like me. You're just a young whippersnapper as well as a very good meteorologist. That's an all-time comment right there. Thank you very much, Susan. A young whippersnapper is great. I haven't heard that word in forever. Oh, nice. Shout out PLBC. Joel, my daughter knew you from PLBC years ago. She knew you of your weather passion many years ago. Yes. Up there in Onekama. I recognize that last name, though. If your daughter's Victoria, tell her I said hi. I believe that it would be correct. It's awesome. It's good to see the connections here. It's always fun when people I know are also watching in chat. I always, share our streams with a lot of my friends and family members too. And I always say to them, if you guys are ever in chat, try and say hi or something, and I'll try and pick you out from the chat. But it's really hard, especially on these severe weather days where you get a lot of severe warnings out there. But right now, when there's no warnings, it's kind of easier to read through chat and see everyone's comments individually. But yeah, shout out to PLBC, also known as PLCBC back in the days. Looks like a blanket special weather statement's coming in for the east side of the state. Looks like it's going to be for these gusty winds. Yep. A brief period of gusty wind as rain ends. Special weather statement. Southwest wind gusts around 40 miles per hour occur briefly as rain ends along and south of the I-69 corridor through Metro Detroit. This period of gusty wind will diminish by 7 p.m. Impacts. Unsecured objects could be damaged by the gusty wind. Use caution while driving during the afternoon peak travel period. Special weather statement is for Shiawassee, Genesee, Lapeer, St. Clair, Livingston, Oakland, Macomb, Washtenaw, Wayne, Lenawee, and Monroe counties. So pretty much all of southeastern Michigan. Yeah, I can tell my comments are really old. These are 10 minutes ago. Heck yeah, Minecraft and Civ. Absolutely. Guys need to set up some sort of system where viewers can send you DoorDash when you're on long streams. Keep your addresses private and just have favorite orders pre-save. Click buy and send. At some point, maybe. We do have an Amazon wish list. It's about the only thing we really have, just kind of support operations here behind the scenes. It's just objects to kind of help us with streams, and I think snacks are located in there, but it's not, DoorDash or anything. Our Venmo is also listed on the bottom of the screen. You always see it rotating down there at the bottom. Michigan Storm Chasers. I also have my personal one listed on my personal meteorology page. If you ever looked at my description, it is there. So if you wanted to send something, you can. You don't have to. But again, anything is appreciated, so we do appreciate you guys' support. Yes, fire up chips. I have not met Max Velocity. What would you recommend for anybody who would want to become a meteorologist someday? Is a good question. Have a love for the science and an understanding for the math, because they go hand in hand in the degree. I use very little calculus when it comes to this job. If I would have gone for my master's, I would have used it a lot more because that's more of proving a thesis or defending your thesis statement and dabbling in a little bit of the weather models. And if you guys don't realize it, but everything meteorology, because everything is fluid dynamics, every single storm is math. Every single storm you see here on radar right now, there's millions and trillions of data points going on out there with all of the ingredients. And you're getting all of these different numbers that are being solved every single second of the day. And that is what we are often seeing on the model runs. Except for the model runs, the calculus that is involved is painted into the pretty pictures that we see on the screen. So it's kind of done for us a little bit, but we still have to kind of understand the calculus here as meteorologists, especially if it ever is proven to or is ever shown to us in raw format. So it's nice because 25 years ago, 30 years ago, the raw calculus was we had to use it a lot more, but the model runs nowadays kind of do that job a little bit better for us. We have to just make the best forecast that we can based on the calculus that is given to us and solved already. And as a reminder, every single model run has trillions of data points coming in. So we're trying to find the best solution out of a trillion different data points for every single area. So that's why it's often very difficult on severe weather days to guarantee severe weather because there's a lot of things that can change. It's like if you went back in time and tried to alter the future. One little measly change can change a timeline completely. Storms in the UP moving southeast as well. I'm watching from Prescott Eel County. It is hot here. Yes, they are. I've seen this question many times now. Christopher says the App Store in Canada does not have your app. It's disappointing because I live in Canada, but I have friends and family back in Michigan and would like to try to keep up with things there. This is where I will say to download Instant Weather. Instant Weather Ontario, or sorry, Instant Weather Online is the company that helped develop our app here on the Michigan side of things. So if you want a similar app for Canada, Instant Weather is your app to download in Canada. Same sort of features over there on their app. So if you're in the United States, MSC, you can use it across any of the United States. Also, I guess I forgot to mention I did get a mathematics minor with how much calculus I had to take. It's kind of crazy. Storms are firing up across the Upper Peninsula right now. It is yet to be determined on how long they'll stay together and how strong they'll be. But there's enough instability out there for a case for maybe an isolated severe thunderstorm or two out there this evening. There's already a downburst actually occurring in Vanderbilt with this storm, with gusty winds could be upwards of 30 to 40 miles per hour. We'll keep an eye on that one. But right now, we're just kind of staying live, waiting to see what these storms on southern Lake Michigan do, if they're going to be an impact to extreme southwest Berrien County, or if they're just going to skid on by. Wisconsin storms tonight, not really an impact. Unless they decide to turn straight to the east. Why are strong tornadoes happening at 2% risk? As rare as they seem like they should be, 2% risk is still a risk. Percentages, probability is still just probability at the end of the day. You can have crazy severe weather events in 5% risks, and you can have next to nothing happen in 65% risks, because there's always that other percentage that's hidden of nothing happening, or in the opposite case, something happening. If you're looking to do a meteorology degree, I'd highly recommend do it in person. Yeah, Instant Weather is the one that helped develop our app. So we're thankful for them, and their technology is also used in our app, so there's no copyright concerns there. If you're just tuning in, there's a statement in effect for Southeast Michigan for gusty winds behind the line of rain. It's just 40-mile-per-hour wind. Just be advised. A couple loose branches could come down out there, but no severe warnings at the current time in southern Michigan. We're just kind of waiting and seeing what this line of storms does on southern Lake Michigan at the current time. So we're just waiting and answering questions right now about really anything. Special weather statement did pop in on the screen. You must have missed it. It did pop up at the bottom. Loving the app, guys. Really good work. Thank you very much, Superman. Again, if you're an Apple user, you haven't heard about the news yet. It's been out every single day for the last 5 days. The app is out on the App Store. Do you guys have any inside joke t-shirts? Those are the best. I would buy all of them. Check out our store. I'm not 100% sure. I think our trash can window meter shirt is on the store now. I don't know if you guys realize that or not. But you can customize the trash can window meter shirt to that level 3 category to say your name. So highly recommend michiganstormchasers.com/shop if you'd like to buy. Sun is shining in Kent City. Does that mean storms later? Possibly. It's possible. Sunshine does mean unstable atmosphere. You have to subscribe in the app to see the weather alerts. I'm receiving them, but they don't show up under alerts. Make sure to toggle them on. If you have them toggled on, toggle them off and toggle them back on again. The free app and the pro version both have alerts, so you should be able to see them. Still a chance of thunderstorms later tonight, but the odds right now are low for severe. Mainly because this first line has pretty much washed out a lot of the instability across southern Michigan. We are still heating up out there in lieu of the storms that have come through, but for the most part, any severe right now is going to be confined to northern Michigan, where they've had the most destabilization after this first line. I've not seen the new day one outlook yet from the Storm Prediction Center. I'll take a look at it. Curious what they have. Indeed. So the Storm Prediction Center is confident that there might be some sort of wind and hail component later this evening with those storms up there in northern Michigan. So that makes sense. We'll see, though. A lot of you guys are mentioning the gusty winds in southeast Michigan. Yeah, that's the case right now. Get 40-mile-per-hour winds behind a line of rain. It's not a severe thunderstorm at all, but again, these winds could take you by surprise if you're not prepared. We did issue a severe thunderstorm warning, but it is for northwest Indiana. It's Lake and Porter counties. Severe thunderstorm warning there for this line of gusty winds moving in. Because the reason my daughter wants to become a storm chaser when she's older, that's awesome. Keep following your dreams for sure. Also, keep on studying your weather handbooks if you have them. It's always fun It's always fun watching what you learned develop in real time. Looks like they are not going to issue a warning for Berrien. We'll see, though. We'll go up to northern Michigan real quick. So thank you, Stud Studio, for sending jewels. Also, Bree and Loney for also sending a copious amount of jewels there. We got Sumbify with a $5 super chat. Can we blame your pickleball injury on someone pointing out some heat lightning? Hee hee. Okay. Thank you very much for your support. I mean, I guess. That means Julie would be at fault for my pickleball injury. Also, Blue Collar joining the team as a bronze member. Appreciate you guys. I was just about to go up there. New statement coming in, Chippewa County. Didn't even let me get the chance. Some new statement coming in. Oh, Ben has a really good view real quick. I'm going to take him live. Check out that shelf cloud right along Lake Michigan down there at the Cardine. Beautiful, beautiful view. Absolutely incredible. He's down there in Chesterton, Indiana, as you can see on the bottom of the screen. Dune Acres. It's just down the road from Michigan City. So that new severe thunderstorm warning has come in. And they did issue a warning for Berrien County. Okay. Well, it's a good thing I didn't hop off the stream. I'm just kind of delaying the inevitable here. I'm going to go ahead. Go ahead and check out the special weather statement first. We're going, a special weather statement has been issued for western and central Chippewa counties in the Upper Peninsula until 6:15 p.m. I'll put Ben back up in the top of the screen. That's an incredible shelf cloud up there. We got special weather statement up here. It's going to be for wind gusts of 40 and penny-sized hail. Radar indicated. Impact gusty winds could knock around tree limbs and blow down unsecured objects. Minor hail damage to vegetation is possible. Locations impacted include Point Iroquois, Bay Mills, Brimley State Park, Bayview Campground, Strongs, Raco, and Platte Lake. If outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. Once again, that's 40-mile-per-hour wind and hail, 0.75 inches in diameter. The storm is on M28 between Eckerman and Brimley, continuing off to the east. They did issue a very close severe thunderstorm warning. I had a gut feeling. That's why I stayed live for New Buffalo. So again, Ben is hype right now. Ben is out there dancing in front of that shelf cloud. So it comes in. It's still got about 10 minutes before that moves on to shore there, but that is a beautiful blue hue moving into the New Buffalo, Michigan City region. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for LaPorte County and southwestern Berrien County and southwestern Michigan until 6:15 Eastern and 5:15 Central. At 5:26 Eastern, a severe thunderstorm was located from a point of New Buffalo to 6 miles northwest of Long Beach to 9 miles northwest of Beverly Shores, moving south at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It is radar indicated. Locations in this new severe thunderstorm warning, most of them are going to be in Indiana. We got Michigan City, LaPorte, Westville, Trail Creek, New Buffalo, Kingsford Heights, Long Beach, Wanata, Potawatomi Park, Hanna, Michiana Shores, Grand Beach, Kingsbury, Michiana, Waterford, Pinhook, Salem Heights, Otis, Stillwell, and Haskell. In Michigan, this includes I-94 between mile markers 0 and 4. For your protection, move to interior room in the lowest floor of the building. Beautiful shelf cloud, though. He's in Chesterton, Indiana, which is right near, it's probably about 10 minutes down the road from Michigan City. So probably about 20 minutes from the Michigan-Indiana border. But close enough that this is what you can kind of see coming into that very southwest corner of Berrien County. A tiny little sliver here, which includes Grand Beach and New Buffalo and Michiana, Michigan. Wind gusts are pretty decent in there. All of this brighter red. So these winds could be upwards around 60 miles per hour. Kenzie is downstairs because it's cooler down there, chilling, doing a puzzle, and hanging with my hamster, listening to you. Can I get a shout out? Shout out, Mackenzie. Thank you for tuning in. The day and age where you could just tune into Netflix and Prime Video, you could also just watch MSC on repeat. Even if severe weather isn't heading towards your area, it's always good to find out what is happening around the state of Michigan when it comes to severe weather. So even if you know you're in Detroit and you're watching severe weather over in Southwest Michigan like there is right now, it's always fun to have you guys following along. So appreciate you following, even if you're not being impacted by severe weather. Sheboygan and Otsego County, new special weather statement. Strong thunderstorms set to impact southwestern Sheboygan, northeastern Otsego, and northwestern Montmorency counties through 6:15 p.m. At 5:30 p.m., Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along the line extending from Vanderbilt to near eastern Corwith Township to near Johannesburg. Storms are moving off to the east at 20 miles per hour. Hazards are wind gusts up to 40 and pea-sized hail. It is radar indicated. Locations in the new special weather statement in northern Michigan include Vanderbilt, Briley Township, Spar, eastern Corwith Township, and Pickerel Lake. If outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. It's again 0.25-inch hail and 40-mile-per-hour winds on the east side of Gaylord, moving east at about 20 miles per hour. It's probably one of the best shelves I've ever seen. That's awesome. Glad to capture the views for you. Let me go back to the radar real quick because that shelf cloud now impacts Ben's location. We do have a significant downburst starting to occur right outside of Gaylord. This is going to be on Seymour Road at Marquardt. What? I'm just going to spell it out. It is Marquardt Road. Up to you guys to figure out how the pronunciation is on that. There's also Dipzinski Road right next to it. Very fun to pronounce. So yeah, downburst there you can see denoted by the brighter greens and brighter reds. Usually if they're close together, they would be a sign of rotation, but in this case, they are going in opposite directions of each other, and so that is a sign that the wind is going straight down and going out in all directions. That is the classic example of a downburst. which again is still gusty winds. You want to take them seriously in the vicinity of Otsego County. Also watching downburst winds still along M28 here, just to the west of Brimley, Michigan in Chippewa County. Looks like Ben is getting hit by the outflow wind right now. Ben, get in your car. Gonna lose his hat. The lightning core is just up the road in Michigan City too. He's pretty close to it. I would yeah. There's people coming off the beach too. Run. There we go. He's back in his vehicle. That severe thunderstorm warning still remains in effect till 6:15. So at the most, it's got another 40 minutes or so. That's Eastern time. 5:15 Central. For those who are in LaPorte County, that is Central time there. Love the positive feedback, everybody. If you guys have any features you'd like to see in future updates, again, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. We're always going to be improving the app. The things to be coming first are air quality index, our Facebook feed into the app. So you guys don't have to go on Facebook, you can just look right in the app. And our live streams also directly in the app. That's going to be huge features coming soon to the MSC app. If you're on Apple right now, feel free to download. It's a pretty bare bones version of the app at the current time. Again, if you have the pro version, it's awesome to have. I will say that. Free version is also pretty good, but if you like your pro radar, like I like my pro radar, it's an awesome idea to upgrade. Try it out maybe just for a month, see if you like it. And again, it comes with all the professional radar products such as base reflectivity, base velocity, correlation coefficient for debris, and other things like spectrum width and ZDR if you're familiar with those radars. So if you're into the pro radar like I am, highly recommend to upgrade. There's also something called MSC Storm Risk in the pro version of the app where it tells you each individual cell and what the probabilities of it being severe. So if I go on my phone right now and check out this storm, I gotta find the app. There we go. The storm that is moving on shore right now down here in Barron County has a 76% chance of severe. The lead hazard says hail, mainly because of the updraft size, but 55% chance of damaging wind, 76% chance of hail, and 12% chance of tornado within that storm. The one to the west here also has a 78% chance of becoming severe. They did actually just issue a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds over there in Chicago. So definitely on the higher end of things right now for those two storms. The couple storms that are special weather statemented up here in northern Michigan. So we're talking Otsego County. This one has a 36% chance of severity, with severe winds being the main hazard at 36%, and a 10% chance of severe hail. There's also a storm up here in Chippewa County that is special weather statemented as well. This one's a 32% chance of becoming severe, with 22% chance of severe hail, 11% chance of severe wind, 1% chance of tornado, 34% chance on the cell just across the border from Sault Ste. Marie. So pretty cool product. If you like to check that out, it's in beta testing right now. It's called the MSC Storm Risk. It's a tool that is used in the professional app, professional side of the MSC app. So, and hold your horses. We're not done yet. Severe thunderstorm warning now coming in for Otsego and Atlanta counties. Looks like. Let me go ahead and double check. There we go. Yeah, there's your orange box coming in. New development across northern Michigan. Kind of figured with how much instability is out there at the current time. The National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Otsego and western Montmorency County, both in northern Michigan, until 6:30 p.m. Eastern. At 5:37 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Spar, or 8 miles east of Gaylord, moving east at 15 miles per hour. Hazard: 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Radar indicated. Impact: hail damage to vehicles is expected. Wind damage to roof siding and trees also expected. This severe thunderstorm will be near Heatherton and Johannesburg around 5:45 p.m., Briley Township around 6 p.m., and Canada Creek Ranch around 6:15 p.m. For protection, move to interior room and the lowest floor of a building. Once again, that's 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for portions of Otsego in Montmorency County, moving off to the east at 15 miles per hour. AccuWeather still has a tornado watch for Jackson. That is not true. There was never a tornado watch in effect today. Severe thunderstorm watch, yes. Not tornado watch. Reds and greens are getting a little bit brighter in this line of storms. We'll storm motion vector this. Why not? 282 at 14. Yeah, it gives a little bit of a better image there. On Beckett Road. Also heading on down Spar Road in the Spar vicinity. I'll have to take your requests on hold, everyone, for any requests I want to come in for the new our new weather app here at MSC as we cover severe weather now. Also, that storm up in our favorite city, everybody, Toppinabee in Sheboygan County. Storm over there right now, and that is going to continue off to the east as it's blown up pretty quickly in an unstable environment. Wow, check out Ben's cam real quick while we have a second. Trash can's been knocked over. That's a level 2 of 5 on the trash can window meter. And that's in Chesterton, Indiana. So that's that severe thunderstorm warning right now down here in the New Buffalo area. Very impressive wind moving through. Yeah, Ben is having fun. Those winds are definitely severe, 60 at least. Locations down there, bottom of the screen, Chesterton, Indiana. So right down the road from Michigan City. Oh my goodness. He's just flying across the parking lot right now. Wow. That's northern Indiana's jurisdiction, I think. Well, it's partially northern Indiana jurisdiction, but also National Weather Service Chicago covers portions of northwest Indiana as well. So hopefully they're watching this cam. I mean, if I had to eyeball it, that's what, probably 65-mile-per-hour winds right there. That looks like highway speeds moving across the cam. Oh, we got the dancing cat. Looks like he's lost service. So that is severe wind. So once again, he is down here at Dune Acres. That's the exact location. Just down the road from Michigan State, so just on the Indiana side of the border. The severe thunderstorm warning does include portions of extreme southwest Berrien County as well. But that will be out of the area very soon. We'll go back up to our storm up north. I do have 1-inch hail listed on here. The center of the core is drifting south. Probably the severe hail is pretty low. take a look at the 3D. Maybe that new scan will say something. Okay, not bad. It's around 22,000 feet. Not as impressive as we saw earlier, but still an impressive storm. And it's continuing to drift towards Atlanta. We're going to continue to watch those storms up there. I'm going to actually go ahead and zoom in on the Indiana radar because it appears we do have some heightened base velocity signatures coming in, which is our wind radar. Wait for it to load. Might be closer to the Chicago radar. Let me check. First time using the Chicago radar, technically speaking, in the stream for storms that we're watching. Oh, yeah. Yep, 65. So this is the Chicago area that continues to be battered today. If you're heading south out of St. Joseph Benton Harbor, might be a good idea to kind of wait if you have to, or if you can. These storms are also all the way up into the Chicago. They've been back into the Chicago area where there's a considerable warning in effect, and that's for golf ball sized hail. So you don't want to drive into that either. Wind or hail, it's not fun. Speaking from experience. We're back up to our new severe thunderstorm warning that is here in Otsego and Montmorency County. As a reminder, in effect for another 44 minutes till 6:30 p.m. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this storm. Oh. Yeah. I'm not going to doubt it. I'm not going to doubt the 1-inch hail yet. I'm going to wait and see if this updraft continues to grow upscale in strength because right now it is in a fairly unstable environment out here in northern Michigan. Decent inverted V as well at the surface, which is a sign of could be some decent downdraft phase. Oh yeah, that's impressive. See if that moves south throughout the evening. You can see if there's any reports from you guys here in chat. Not seeing any damage reports yet. Okay. So let's see. What's the update on these scans? 5 minutes apart. I'll say this has been the kind of the same scan for a while now. Kind of waiting for new data to come in. We do have a new scan coming in. And I'll be able to give you guys road by road here in just a second. If you guys are curious about the special weather statement in Southeast Michigan, there is the backside of that system moving through. Ow, forgot my arm hurts. Keep forgetting I need to have my arm in a sling. Just been explaining the weather all day. there is the wind moving through right now. On the back side of that system, it's not concerned with any sort of thunderstorm itself, but we still have 40-mile-per-hour winds. It's kind of what we call a weak meso-low moving through. It's not terrible, but will catch you by surprise if you're just suddenly driving out there and it gets gusty and kind of blows you a little bit around on the road. So be advised, 40-mile-per-hour winds not associated with any thunderstorms. And that is why if you're looking at radar right now and you're wondering, hey, where's my rain at? Well, it's kind of just associated with the back edge of the rain as it moves through, and sometimes not any rain at all. So keep that in mind if you're in southeast Michigan. This scan continues. The wind gusting out in all directions here. It's not really one location. It's kind of just this entire patch inside of this orange box right now. If it back builds a little bit, it could be outside of the warning box just a tad. We'll see. It's right on that M32 corridor in between Gaylord and Johannesburg. Extending all the way up to the north, up near Spar. I did want to share. It's not going to let me, is it? Oh, there we go. Did want to share this. This is your D Cape. So we're looking at the weather cheat sheet for the night. And as a reminder, anytime you see these D Cape values up around 1,000, so the maroon or greater is the best opportunity for downdraft winds, which are winds that spread out in all directions. This is where you can see your 60 to 70 mile per hour bursts. If we can turn into a complex and follow this D Cape gradient, it would move into northeastern Michigan. Specifically watching this area up here in northern Michigan, which is the eastern upper peninsula and central upper peninsula. If that complex can move south into this D Cape gradient where these values are over 1,000, this area could see the best chances at severe weather overnight. If you forward this out a couple hours, that D Cape gradient does move into the lower peninsula with time tonight, but we'll see how much of that has rain and storms inside of it, because there is still stable air out there at the current time here across West Michigan, as you can see denoted by the blue. That is your capping inversion. So capping kind of prevents surface-based storms from developing. The surface-based storms are going to be the strongest, can tap into the best wind and tornado potential. So we're just not seeing it out there right now compared to the upper peninsula or to northern lower, where they are uncapped. There's not really any blue out there, and there's your 3,000 joules of surface-based cape. That's about 3 times the allotted amount. So pretty impressive environment out there at the current time in northern Michigan. See if any of that can drift south over time tonight, but I think right now it's going to be a northern Michigan threat. Warning has been trimmed. Nope, has not been trimmed out of Berrien County yet. Not yet. 22 minutes left on that warning down there. The winds are out of Berrien County for the most part at the current time. It's going to continue to watch the storm as it moves down M32 into the Atlanta region. Gusty winds and large hail are both a possibility. Coalition says yes to hail. As a reminder, anytime you see these purples changing over to these reds, oranges, and yellows, sometimes even greens, as where jagged precipitation is tumbling around in the atmosphere. If it falls out, it would fall as hail instead of rain. So we're getting scans every 5 minutes right now. Latest scan puts more of the hail core on M32, right at the county line. That's going to be County Highway 495. Also heading a mile into Montmorency County on Matthews Road. Shout out to, go back to our comments here real quick. Shout out to Fun Times, one of our moderators, gifting 50 gifted memberships over here on YouTube. For those who are subscribed for free, check your account. You may have been gifted courtesy of Fun Times. And you have to make sure gifting is enabled in order to receive a 1-month free membership. So thank you very much, Fun Times. Congrats to those YouTube subscribers who may have been gifted. Also, Haley R sending 100 joules. Shane S, $2 super chat saying, I'm so glad to hear Top Hinnaby. Someone's also back for a month here, but it has been redacted. So I don't know who that would be, but thank you very much. Winds are still pretty impressive underneath this downburst, which is starting to extend outside of that warning box. So places to the west of Dagon Road on Fairgrieve Road, the wind is now at your vicinity. Also Douglas Lake, south of Fairgrieve. Also along Flynn Trail. And Birchview Lane. All these locations right outside the severe thunderstorm warning box that could be seeing severe wind. You want to be on alert. You know, the orange boxes are what we always say you should follow. However, if you're right next to the orange boxes, you are close enough to be on alert for anything that could leak outside of the orange severe thunderstorm warning box. So right now, places near Lewiston, even though Lewiston's not in the severe thunderstorm warning, you should be taking shelter right now. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail, not something to mess around with if it is indeed occurring. So keep safety in mind. Take shelter now, lowest floor interior room that you got. I'm not at home, so I cannot share Hurricane with you guys, my cat. Sorry. Oh yeah, it's Hurricane's birthday today. I forgot he's turned 16, I believe. Once I go back home, you'll see him more often, I'm sure. Current time of the severe thunderstorm, it's primarily in Otsego County still, very far eastern edge of this county. Winds are starting to trickle into the M32 corridor west of Atlanta, north of Lewiston. Also out near Big Phil Road, Camp 8 Road, Camp 8 crossing Old State Road. This scan continues the downburst winds still outside of the warning box. Bear Lake Drive at Gibraltar Trail. National Weather Service is continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Montmorency and Otsego County. Notice that orange box just got a little bit smaller. If you're in Gaylord proper, the warning is off to your east right now. If you're in downtown Gaylord, you're good. Or if you're in Atlanta, you're not so good. Should be taking shelter if you can. Also continue to watch the storm in Toppinabee, north of Indian River. And of course, our special weather statement up here in the Upper Peninsula, Eastern Upper Peninsula, which is Chippewa County. 40-mile-per-hour wind and a penny-sized hail. Okay, now they've officially trimmed Bayard County. So you guys are good there. We are now just waiting on Otsego and Montmorency to be trimmed. Or dropped, I should say. 29 more minutes, though. Current time. Expiring at 6:30 p.m. They issued a discussion. That is what I'm hearing through the grapevine right now. They have. Mesoscale discussion. Has been issued for a lot of northern Michigan. They're going to go with watch probability of 40%, hail of 1 to 1.75 inches in diameter, and winds of 55 to 70 miles per hour for majority of the Upper Peninsula south of the M28. So it's going to be southern and eastern Upper Peninsula, and all of northern Michigan down to a line from Ludington over to Tawas City. Discussion ends at 7:30. Gusty winds still continuing up here, although a little bit weaker now. I would assume they're probably going to issue a statement downstream here from Montmorency. As a reminder, a mesoscale discussion is an area that the Storm Prediction Center is monitoring to issue a watch later on. Right now, they have given portions of northern lower and southern upper Michigan a 40% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch. If they were to issue a watch, it would be before 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, so within the next hour and a half, if anything. Toppinabee, you guys are good right now, though small hail likely falling in this quick little downburst. No statements, though, at the current time. It's a strong thunderstorm, nonetheless. It does have a decent ventilation shaft to it as well, which extends all the way out to Onaway. So keep an eye on it. I did issue another statement here. Extension south. So it's for these storms down here into Fairview. Strong thunderstorms will impact southeastern Otsego, northeastern Crawford, and southwestern Montmorency, and northern Oscoda counties through 6:45 p.m. At 6:01, Doppler is tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Chester Township to near Johannesburg to near Lewiston, moving off to the southeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazards are 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Wind gusts can knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects as the impacts. Locations in this special weather statement now include Lewiston, Lovels, Garland, and Chester Township. Again, that's no hail and 40-mile-per-hour wind. Surprised no hail. But that freezing layer is pretty high up right now, and the larger droplets are pretty low to the ground, so good enough to not include it in the statement at the current time. I think 40% chance is a respectable chance for severe weather watchers. There's storms extending all the way down into northern Wisconsin again. And if this turns into a complex, that would be the area to watch later on. We'll see, though. I have the warning as dropped, but it still says severe thunderstorm warning at the bottom of the screen. Give it a reload. There we go. It's like maybe a tiny little new updraft here. Indeed it is. ZDR says positively buoyant. Right now over on give me a road name. Granholm Road. That's about it. Everything else is unnamed. Watch graphic has been posted on the page. If you guys would like to go see that right now, it's a 40% chance of a watch. I show it on camera here. You kind of see it across northern Michigan and portions of Wisconsin as well. So if you go check it out, it's on Facebook. Alex just posted it for you guys if you guys need to share it out with your friends and family in northern Michigan. At some point, those infographics will be on our new MSC app here. At some point, one of our future updates. I really want to take a break, but I know what's going to happen as soon as I roll the outro. I can tell you that right now. There goes my headphones. I got to now charge these as well. Hello, welcome in. Doing all right? Okay. I just need to take like a quick 5-minute breather. So if you want to pull your radar in, just let me know. Okay. And it looks like they gave you a new statement to read off there on that cell near M33 and M72. Yeah, that one right there. So feel free to read it off. There you go. I'll be right back.
We're gonna give Joel a few minutes of a rest and break here.
Hold on, they can't hear you. Give me 1 second.
Huh?
That now they can hear you. Sorry, for some reason one of my headphones died right as you came in. They couldn't hear you. Now they can hear you.
Oh.
Say hello. Say hi to Chandler, everybody.
Well, again, hopefully you can hear me now.
Take it away.
Yes, I'm looking at the report for a new special weather statement here for northwestern Alcona, southeastern Montmorency, and northeastern Oscoda counties through 7 p.m. The wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour and penny-sized hail are the hazards for this. Again, this is in northern Michigan right now where we are focusing our attention on. Knock on wood, right now, there is no severe weather in the state. The severe weather is off to the south in southern Michigan, and there is no active severe thunderstorm warnings here in northern Michigan. So for the moment, we will take it. There is not a whole lot going on. And what better time to give Joel a break than when there's nothing going on? Hello, everybody. I can see your comments now. I may or may not have been kidnapping trash cans, like the comments say. Most of them end up at Ryan's house. How they get there is a secret. But again, here in northern Michigan, focusing our attention on the special weather statements up here. One of them looks like it's about to expire here for Sheboygan, Otsego, Montmorency counties through 6:15. At 6:11, again, 40-mile-an-hour winds, penny-sized hail are the radar indicated hazards. Taking a quick look at velocity here, again, greens are air and wind headed towards radar station. Red is air and wind headed away from it. I don't see really anything there that looks very gusty. I'm sure there's a few pockets of gusty winds in here. But again, I don't see anything that really makes me go, wow, that's windy. Could be wrong, but just based on what I see on radar here, I don't see anything there. Looking vertically integrated liquid. So what this map is here is our vertically integrated liquid. Where all of this white is, there's not very much liquid up in the atmosphere. Where you see these darker reds and purples, that's where there is more precipitation up in the storm. So if we were looking at the possibility for some large hail, we'd probably looking at the Hunt Creek Fisheries Research Area in between County Road 612 and 33. Again, where we see these purples, that is where we would expect the heaviest of the precipitation to be falling. So again, that's what's happening up here in northern Michigan. I wouldn't be completely shocked to see one coming for this cell in between Indian River and Sheboygan, but as of right now, there is not one. We do also have a special weather statement up here in the UP for west central Chippewa County. It is set to expire in 2 minutes. I wouldn't be totally shocked if they continued that one. And also this blip of precipitation running the Highway 2 corridor down through Nobbin Way over to Manistee area. I wouldn't be shocked to see one come there either. We do have a little bit of development over here on the west side of Michigan right now, in between Ludington and Manistee. We are seeing some small cells develop here. And in the southeastern portion of the state, we do have a special weather statement for a brief period of gusty winds as the rain ends. Southwest wind gusts around 40 miles an hour may briefly occur as the rain ends along and south of the I-69 corridor through Metro Detroit. The threat for that diminishes by 7 p.m. A new special weather statement has just come in here. And here it is for the cell in northern Michigan that I was just talking about, that I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised if we saw one. We have northwestern Presque Isle and central Sheboygan counties through 7 p.m. Winds up to 40 miles an hour and half-inch hail. So we didn't take a look at our vertically integrated liquid or our velocities on this. Again, I don't see anything in the terms of velocities that makes me go, wow, windy. But if we look at our vertically integrated liquid, again, I don't see a ton in here. When we see these oranges developing, there is a little bit more vertically integrated liquid than just a normal thunderstorm, but we compare that to down here, just to the northwest of the Atlanta area where we have those reds. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. We have been streaming for most of the day today. We have been on and off as severe weather has impacted different portions of the state, continuing our commitment to have everyone covered from beginning to end. Again, I'm Vice President and Growth Director Chandler Boss, and below me is our sign language interpreter, Dawn. She's the rock star of the streams. Everyone like this for Dawn. Dawn is the real MVP. As we go throughout the rest of the night, I don't know if you saw it here, one of the special weather statements was canceled for north central Michigan here. As the night goes on, we could see a few small pockets of redevelopment like we are seeing here in the Manistee and Ludington areas right now, but we don't expect any more widespread severe weather at this time. I am going to just take a peek. Sorry if that glitched the screen at all. And see if we have any good views on live cameras across the state right now. Let's see if anything comes up. All of my cameras are loading in at the present time.
And back as well.
Joel is back. Everybody celebrate.
Woohoo.
I was hoping that I could get one of these pulled up just to see if we had anything. I don't see anything that makes me super excited right now. We have a new special weather statement, Joel, for Sheboygan County for 40-mile-an-hour winds, as well as half-inch size hail. And that's all you missed.
Yeah. Just outside of Topinabee.
Yeah, no severe warnings, thankfully, at the present time.
That statement down to the south in southeast Michigan expires in 1 hour.
Yes.
For those who missed it, that is for briefly gusty winds behind the departing line of showers. It's not associated really with the rain. It's maybe a little bit, but you won't really see much on radar that's impressive. You'll just notice it'll get really gusty as the wind or as the rain moves out of the area in southeast Michigan. So that is in effect until around 7:30 this evening, or right around 7 o'clock, actually.
And we talked a little bit about the potential through the rest of the evening. There's not a ton going on. I don't think any of us are all super confident in a lot of redevelopment, so to speak, but can't be ignored completely either. It's just been a foxy day of coverage out there,
6 parts.
all 6 parts. The special weather statement for the UP also was allowed to expire. I did say it wouldn't surprise me if we saw something else up there pop in, just with all the kind of blips of precipitation that are going on, but nothing at the present time has any sort of warning or statement on it.
I need to go find my phone real quick. 1 sec.
We have lost Joel again. He is looking for his phone.
It's been found. I was going to check out the MSC storm risk on our MSC Pro here for some of these cells. The one just outside of Sault Ste. Marie has a 73% chance of severity. That's the one in Canada, not in the United States. So just across the border, but it is really close. In fact, there's a severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued by Environment Canada. And this storm is taking a turn, actually, to the south. So it is heading... I don't know if you want to take your radar up there, Chandler, but that storm in just across the border from Sault Ste. Marie, that storm is now heading straight south. Took a right turn. And if it continues its current track, it will be heading towards Drummond Island and portions of eastern Chippewa County.
It almost looks like it's trying to move back to the southwest, Joel.
Yep. 73% chance of severe with a 51% chance of severe hail and 45% chance of severe wind, only a 2% chance of a tornado. But still, very strong thunderstorm. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning there. Echo River Bay, or Echo Bay Bar River or something like that.
Well, do you want to run your radar back, Joel?
Sure. I just don't really have Canada radar, but that's okay.
I mean, yeah. It looks more impressive on APX radar anyway.
Yeah. It's backbuilding to the point where it is actually really close to the island here. Bay de Wasai? Boy, that's probably pronounced really wrong. I'm going to go find out here. It is Sugar Island, though. It is the settlements of Churchville and Payment, Michigan. The storm is very close by, too. Again, it's a very strong thunderstorm. It has a severe thunderstorm warning on the Canada side of the border. Now, if it continues south, it may be clipping portions of Sugar Island and eventually heading south towards Drummond Island, which is a very popular tourist destination this time of the year, and Detour Village. So heads up there. If the cell continues to maintain its strength and go straight south, that would be up next. If we can move into Michigan from Canada. Otherwise, business as usual in northern Michigan. Downbursts do continue across the region. We do have some stronger winds trying to pull in here. And this is actually trying to become its own supercell too in northern Oscoda County. I'm going to check Mezzo on this. This is the funkiest looking supercellular photograph I've ever seen. It's not anything concerning, but It's one straight line down to the southwest. Usually it's off to the north, or sorry, southeast. Usually it's off to the northeast, but this time, because today is motion, the upper level winds above, I think that would be 6 kilometers off to the southeast at 90 to 110 knots. That storm is well vented. Does have some upper level rot on it. A little bit of upper level rotation. Go up in the.
Do we have any cams up there?
Oh yeah, Lewiston on Apex. If you have the Apex loaded.
Yeah, I'll pull it up here. I
Or,
knew we had the Lewiston one. I wasn't sure if we had any other ones.
they're the axis cameras is what they're calling.
Not worth, I would say, bringing in. Shows a
Yeah,
nice wet scene, but besides that,
not really seeing anything.
Yeah, our Lewiston camera, courtesy of Eagle Point Real Estate, there. I don't know if you've been keeping tabs on velocity from APX, Joel, but it is something to keep an eye on.
Say from APX or DTX?
APX.
Gotcha.
Switch it to
Yeah, the southern
your
cell.
velocity. Yeah, just a little interesting.
Yeah. Right out there on Oak Lake Road near Penn Road. That is about 6 or so miles to the east-southeast of Lewiston, or 6 miles to the northwest of Fairview, so halfway in between both cities here. It is looking like it wants to drift and take a right turn towards the Fairview area, just north of Mayo. So watch out if you are in that M33 corridor. Fairview to Mayo, if the storm does make a right turn, that would be a supercellular storm with wind and hail heading your way. Current time, though, no severe warnings in effect. They just have a 40-mile-per-hour wind and penny-size hail.
Our job at Michigan Storm Chasers is to make sure it does not sneak up on you like a fox to a hare. We want to keep you covered, beginning to end, fully informed throughout the whole process. So here's the question, Joel. Do you think that we could, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, do you think we could classify the kind of gusty winds through the DTX CWA as a very small wake low?
I was looking at Mezzo earlier, and I looked at the pressure change over 3 hours, and it did have a slight change in pressure over the 3-hour period from, I don't know the exact values, but it went down by 2 millibars over 3 hours. So it's very subtle, but I believe you could. No, though.
There is a little bit of a small one, yes.
I'm surprised they don't have a warning on this yet, by the way. It's a decent pocket of wind right there.
Well, if you're good with me, Joel, I'll probably bounce back out of here.
Okay.
Only if you give me permission, though.
Yeah, you're good for now. I'll let you know if we need more help again.
Okay. Sounds good.
Make
Well,
of-
everybody, if I don't see you around. Otherwise, maybe you'll see me later.
Here we go. Thank you for helping out, Chandler.
You're welcome.
They scan. The wind does weaken a little bit. Looks like it's trying to cycle at the current time. Still an impressive supercell over northern Oscoda County. Winds of 40 and penny-sized hail. It's a very potent environment right now in an area of the state that got some decent redevelopment time after the first line of storms has moved through. We'll have to watch these storms as they continue to push towards the Alpena region. Also watching cells up here in northern Michigan that do have a supercellular look on them as well, with a little bit of broad rotation. Especially also watching the storm across the border, just across from Sugar Island. That is going to continue south towards Drummond Island with time. Couple storms popping up in the Ludington area. Nothing concerning there, just a shower storm or two. Keeping an eye on them, but at the current time, most of the severe is going to be, if anything, off to the northeast in the Atlanta, Michigan region. And it is 6:30, so these statements are expiring. Nope, they have not. Hmm. Not getting alerts right now. It's weird. Yeah, there comes a new statement. I was wondering if they were going to come in here. I'm trying to see if they're going to pop up on my app. So new statement for Presque Isle. That is for this whole swath up here in northeast Michigan. They're going to go strong thunderstorms impacting northwestern Alpena, southwestern Presque Isle, and northeastern Montmorency counties in effect through 7:15 p.m. At 6:32, Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms from Alice Township to near Canada Creek Ranch to 6 miles west of Hillman, moving off to the east at 20 miles per hour. Hazards are 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-inch hail. Locations in this special weather statement include Lachine, Long Rapids, Hillman, Millersburg, Tomahawk Creek flooding. Interesting name. Got Hawks, Royston, Bisma Township, Canada Creek Ranch, Alice Township, and Clear Lake State Park. If outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. Once again, that is 40-mile-per-hour wind and half-inch hail. Portions of northeast Michigan in effect till 7:15 p.m. for this storm in the Canada Creek Ranch area. That's really about the only major quote-unquote city out this way. You got Montmorency itself, Royston, a plethora of lakes such as Wessler, McAvoy, Rainy, and Kelsey Lake. Also towards the County Highway 634 vicinity is where the storm is tracking. You can see on velocity, a lot of reds out there right now. They're a little bit brighter compared to other reds that we've seen in surrounding areas. So it's definitely worth a statement at the current time. If you guys are up in this statement, let us know if you got it on the app. Specifically in northern Montmorency County, if you happen to have the app up here, let us know if you got that statement posted on there on the app, or got the notification, excuse me. Got it for Lucent. Okay, cool. I'm in the app right now in the pro version. Some of the alerts aren't popping in for some reason. As a reminder, again, if you're wondering about our MSC app, it's on Apple only at the current time. If you're on Android, you won't find it. That is because the review process is still undergoing from Google. It is out of our control. Got it in Alpena County. Thank you. Actually, I think that's huge because Long Rapids is what just got that statement. Yeah, no problem. The app does have multiple speeds for the radar loop. It's going to be a rainy one across the straits here soon as this pocket of rain moves in. Nothing severe right now. No special marine warnings either for any boaters. We will be watching these two cells in Chippewa County and portions of Western Ontario, I guess you could say, here in the Sault Ste. Marie area, just outside of Sugar Island. If you're out there in Echo Bay of Canada, along the St. Mary's River, that is the area being impacted by a severe thunderstorm warning on the Canada side of things for the supercell here. Again, continuing south towards Drummond Island with time. We'll keep an eye on that. Right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. A couple severe thunderstorm watches still in effect in southern Michigan. Those are likely going to expire soon as there's nothing happening down there. Keep an eye on these storms here in northern Michigan later tonight. Purple color right now on radar inside of this reflectivity radar is going to be your heavy rain. If you're looking at velocity, you see purple here, that is just bad data. So range folded is what it's called. This is basically bad data going out, or data's going out at the same time it's trying to come in. It's colliding with each other and causing some really bad numbers. And so they're just like, it's bad. We know it's bad. We'll just cover it up with the purple so people don't think that 500 mile per hour winds are happening at this location. So ignore the purple. That's just bad data. Unfortunately, it just means we don't have data for that location. But again, we'll keep an eye on it. They did go into rapid scan mode now for these storms, so they are keeping their eyes on it. There's a pocket of wind right now. It keeps my attention right now on... Oh, there was a road name here. Where is it? Preston Road. Preston Road vicinity near Canada Creek Highway. The reds and greens mixing together there. Also, you can see there's an uptick in the lightning. And this could go severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds if it continues to move off to the northeast and show signs of strengthening. Cloud tops up around 45,000 feet at the current time. It's actually moving more east than northeast. Do apologize for that, but there are components to this wind that are trying to push it a little bit more northeast. I just don't think it's going to get up to Hawks. We'll see, though. They do have that statement going up that far. It does help that there's a cell moving in from the north that's kind of helping it push south. So kind of like a steering wheel. Turn it down to the south. Head more towards Canada Creek Ranch and Hillman in Lachine versus Hawks and Posen. We'll see, though. So that's going to continue towards Alpena with time. Alpena not in any statement or warning, but you do need to be on alert there as these storms continue your direction. We also still have some decent downpours down here towards Fairview. Wind-wise, there's a decent amount of red and green still mixing in. Higher color contours out there as well, but not as impressive as what we saw earlier. Still, if you're in this tan boxes, 40-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail are possible, primarily through the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. Let's take a look at VIL. Usually gives us a sign if it's strengthening or not. And ZDR says positively buoyant. So the storm is going to continue for a decent amount of time here across the M32 corridor. So Hillman, be on alert next 3 to 5 minutes for some gusty winds. Lachine maybe in the next 10 to 15. They didn't really put timing statements in the special weather statement, but just note the current speed will be heading your direction in the next 15. Go up and check out the Marquette radar real quick. Everything for the most part is off well to the southeast near Manistee current time. Checking back in also on southern Michigan. Rain is continuing to push out of the area, and in fact, if the Detroit radar does not show anything, then we are rain-free in southern Michigan for now. A couple sprinkles looks like they're starting to fizzle out here in southern Lenawee County and along the Michigan-Indiana state line in the South Bend region. So for the most part, we are now rain-free across the southern portion of the state. See if more development comes in, but right now, most of our development is to the north and northeast. So every single model today has just shown a different loop every single time through. It's just hard to trust the cams on these Ring of Fire setups sometimes. And today was no exception there. We just have Ben still out there chasing this evening. Got some good clouds up there in the top left. And Ben is down there in the Michigan-Indiana state line region as those storms move out. Wind continues to push off to the east, east-northeast, and the cell is going to try and do its best to push it more south, but just very closely sneaking into Presque Isle County. Hail-wise, in the correlation coefficient radar, and we're looking for these oranges and yellows. There's a couple pixels mixing in here and there. Nothing that would indicate severe hail. So we're just going to keep looking at the wind for now. Waiting for the new scan. There it is. Going to push off to the east. Hillman now being impacted by those winds at the current time. Lachine still got another 5 to 10 minutes just down the road. Statement has expired back here to the west, which includes Levels and Lewiston. That expired at 6:45. Got 15 minutes left for Fairview. And 15 minutes left for the storm that is now fizzled into a rain shower in eastern Sheboygan County, heading towards Onaway and Huron Beach. Wind speed right now is still about 40 miles per hour. If I hover my mouse over it, it'll probably show me that. Yeah, 43. 43 is the highest I'm getting in here at the current time. This is 2,400 feet off the ground. So a reminder, anything below 2,400 feet we can't see on radar. So it could be gustier or it may not be below this 2,400 level in the atmosphere. So keep that in mind. Still gusty winds moving through, likely 40 miles per hour at the very least, as the statement denotes. Statement in effect till 7:15 here in portions of Presque Isle, Montmorency, and northwest Alpena counties. New scan coming in. Some backside wind in the Canada Creek Ranch area as well. Scan continues the wind. Pixels now up around 45 miles per hour. County Road 628. Up to the north, Bowden Trail. Also seeing a new downburst signature just outside the special weather statement out here, just to the west of Hubbard Lake. Road names in the area, Hubbard Lake Trail. That's about all I see. Not that significant. We're not seeing very bright reds and bright greens, but it is still a downburst nonetheless. If you're out on Hubbard Lake Trail, be advised some gusty winds are moving in. Not severe at the current time. Lightning continues to uptick here, which tends to make me believe that we will see some sort of severe warning soon. So that's why I'm kind of holding off, hopping off for now. As mentioned, we already went through our trusted partners here at MSC. They're always scrolling down there at the bottom in alphabetical order. Is their first one, A-Class Construction and Restoration, going on down towards American Arbor as well. all those numbers down there at the bottom of the screen, all contacts to reach out to in the event of being impacted by severe weather. So feel free to utilize them. Thank you, Christopher S., for sending jewels. Scott Rotman, also sending jewels. JTG, $5 super chat. Do you have any recommendations on a weather station for my home? Like the one that reads wind, temperature, gust, etc. I know Tempest and Ambient both have decent weather stations. You can't go wrong with either of those. I don't have one myself, but I know those two have been used in storm survey results, etc. before, so feel free to utilize those. We also have Toby with a $1.04 super chat. Thank you very much. Sarah L. becoming a bronze member, and Shot by Jay sending a couple jewels as well. Thank you guys very much. Wind right now, the edge of this wind is on County Road 451 at Brant Road. It's about to cross right into the Tri-County line region. It's going to be Goble Road, County Road 451. Up to the north, it is crossing over County Road 634 at Huntley Road. I have a new scan coming in here in about a minute. So it's trying to push north into Presque Isle County. For the most part, it's going to be staying in northern Alpena. It continues to drift off to the east. Again, we're pretty relaxed right now in terms of what we're seeing. If you are in the Hillman area and points north up to Hawks, I still would want to be taking shelter inside at the very least from some 40 to 45 mile per winds according to radar. Up to the north, still watching a supercell right over in Echo Bay. This is just across from Sugar Island at the current time. It is severe warned by Environment Canada in Ontario. No warnings here in Michigan at the current time. Also, a strong thunderstorm in western central Chippewa County. Heading southeast towards Rudyard. Wondering what happened to the storm down in Manistee County. It's primarily a shower at this point. Not a whole lot coming in behind the scenes either. Have not heard any damage reports. However, I do not have yet access to the dashboard for you guys' reports that you can send in through the app. So if you're sending them in, I can't see them right now. Ryan will have to relay those over. But if you guys do have the MSC app now, Michigan Storm Chasers, you can utilize that for storm reporting. As a reminder, when you send in a storm report, it won't let you upload photos from your photo library. You have to take them in the app and submit them in so they can have a accurate geotag and direction you're faced, as well as an accurate, somewhat accurate time. If you take these damage reports an hour later, it's not going to do us any help for reporting to the National Alert Service. It could be a false report, but if it is safe to do so, feel free to send in that damage report or any damage reports to our app. Otherwise, we still have Discord, Facebook as always, and Messenger. Outage-wise, in the state of Michigan, we're sitting around 9,500 at the current time. Those numbers may not be accurate. Some facilities aren't reporting some of the outages that they have, so it might be closer to 10,000 customers at the current time. So not terrible of a day, all things considered. We still have tonight to look out for. And if anything, it's going to be this segment up here in northern Lake Michigan that would be pushing south through the night. If we loop it, we have more cells trying to pop up out in front. New velocity scan coming in. We'll have it in about 30 seconds here. Yes, it's a lot of lightning. Even if it isn't severe, if you hear thunder, head inside. Thunder roars, head indoors. And wait 30 minutes until you last hear thunder or see lightning before returning outside to do your outdoor activities. Current time, being outside in Hillman would not be advised. We are not talking about Detroit at the current time. Detroit is nowhere near these storms, but it is possible that these storms overnight or later this evening can push south. We just don't know because today has been very unpredictable in terms of placement of storms. Storms have happened, but in this case today, we had our majority of our Boeing segments stay to the west of Lake Michigan or stay on Lake Michigan. And if you guys missed it, they've had probably 50, 60, maybe even 70 severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings by now over in Wisconsin and Illinois alone, with a couple effects felt over in northern Indiana. So busy day over there. And that is what could have been over here in Michigan if the jet streak was maybe 50 miles to the east. So we got kind of caught a relief there. Also have a new special marine warning coming in. St. Mary's River until 7:30 p.m. At 6:53, a strong thunderstorm was located 9 nautical miles north of Nebish Island, moving south at 20. The storm is tracking off to the southeast, the one that's on Lake Michigan, so that would be heading towards Charlevoix County, portions of southern Emmett, and even maybe northern Antrim County, but mainly Charlevoix and Emmett with time. Wind has decreased a little bit from 45 back down to 42. So not doing a whole lot right now. I'm almost inclined to cut the stream for a little bit. We'll see though. We'll wait until the next velocity scan comes in. If I see something that's interesting, that's worth staying on for, I'll keep talking about it. But right now, the only thing that's of mention is the lightning uptick. Obviously, usually it's a sign of a strengthening storm. Kind of looks like if you look at it closely, this red kind of looks like a knight in shining armor on radar as it heads towards Lachine. Those winds right now about 42 miles per hour, as mentioned, in the Hillman vicinity. Not anywhere near severe. Yeah, I do need some food. I might go ahead and take advantage of that. It is 7 o'clock. Storms up there. At Supercell, especially in Canada. Very impressive. See though. Yeah, they're going to go statement for Alpena, so they're not confident enough in this being severe wind, especially since it is a little bit far off the ground. We're looking at 3,100 feet off the ground. The wind is only 45, so imagine down at the surface, not even that. A statement for Alpena coming in. Strong thunderstorm will impact southwestern Alpena County through 7:45 at 6:56. Operators tracking a strong thunderstorm over Fletcher Pond, or 8 miles southwest of Lachine, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Hazards are wind gusts of 40 and penny-sized hail still possible. Source here, radar indicated gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Minor hail damage to vegetation is possible. Locations in this special weather statement include Alpena, Osneek, the town of Hubbard Lake, Osneek Township, Spratt, Fletcher Pond, and Devil's Lake. Storm motion vector on this for those who have advanced radar, 281 at 24. I almost typed in 2,811. So it's close to severe in hail. Not quite. Correlation coefficient doesn't have, or correlation coefficient does have a couple of pockets here of hail mixing around. As the statement reads, likely under 0.75 inches in diameter, which is below severe limits. So this movement is mesmerizing to watch on radar. Back and forth. Kind of spiraling up to the north a little bit as these continue to move southeast this evening with the general flow. As a reminder, 9,300 customers without power this evening from earlier storms. Now we do have a flood advisory coming in for portions of Oscoda County. Portions of northern Michigan, which is Oscoda until 10 p.m. Minor flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas is the impacts, as well as overflowing poor drainage areas. 7:01 Doppler indicated heavy rain due to thunderstorms. Minor flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly in the advisory area. 1 to 2.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to half an inch are not expected. They are expected. So we could see upwards of 3 inches total by the time it's all said and done. Additional rain will result in minor flooding. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roadways. Not all flood deaths occur in vehicles. My 2 cents is I'm a little shocked they didn't issue a warning on that, but I mean, it's a little bit up off the ground. We're looking at speeds right now of 35 miles per hour at 3,200 feet off the ground. So it's a little bit up, almost a full 3/4 of a mile up. We can't really see anything below that at the current time. If you have any bug fixes, please send them, or bug reports to send in. Please email the contact information in our MSC app. That is contact@michiganstormchasers.com. It will table through any of your issues you've got. Some of the issues for our MSC app are on your end, so there aren't going to be a fix. You just kind of have to figure it out for yourself. But if there are things that are truly not working, please let us know, and we'll get those fixed as soon as we can. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and do, these winds are still staying at or below 45. There is some hail in there. The correlation coefficient does have some pockets of yellows and oranges mixing in. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and roll the outro. If there's another severe warning, we'll be back for part 7 coverage here in the Alpena region. Alpena, just prepare for yourself for 40 mile per hour wind, 0.75 inch hail. The wind right now still remaining below 40 miles per hour, so it's well below severe limits. Just be advised, gusty winds moving in. We'll wait for one more scan, and then we'll roll the outro. So again, thank you so much for watching this part 6 coverage. We've been live now for 4.5 hours. It's pretty much been the entire afternoon and evening time frame here. So again, if you like what we do, feel free to hit that like button. If you'd like to support us here at MSC, our Venmo is open. It's Michigan Storm Chasers on Venmo. I can also donate to us individually on our personal Venmos. You also have our store if you'd like some really cool merch, michiganstormchasers.com/shop. So check that out if you are a fan. Again, we do appreciate any support. Completely optional. You don't have to, but it is there if you guys feel the need. So thank you guys for watching. I'll be watching the radar in the background as always. We haven't missed a single warning dating back to 2023, so it's not going to stop now. So stay tuned for more updates here at MSC. We're live as always on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, and TikTok. Have a great evening, everyone. If I don't see you later tonight, have a great rest of your night. See you guys soon. Also, shout out to Carolyn and Becca P for sending jewels here on YouTube. Thank you, guys.